As a chair, and for the benefit of discussion, I would like to share some thoughts on a few points that I picked from the discussion so far, which I think are relevant to our today's discussion. First, the international governance architecture is not just one dimension that deals with the international level and is de-linked from the national and regional level analysis. It's a system that includes three interlinked levels. So we listened to country experiences on the alternatives to Amount A through, for example, implementing significant economic presence and digital service taxation. Dreje asked a very interesting question yesterday on the implementation of Article 12B as a treaty solution and what's needed to create a UN multilateral instrument to accelerate its adoption. I think this question is very relevant to our discussion today, and I hope it will come up in the discussion later. Marlin also asked a very pertinent question about the role of regional cooperation and solidarity in our discussion yesterday. Mohammed Ashfaq touched on the issue, and he talked mainly about the experience in Asia and the lack of a regional body and so. And he seemed to suggest a need for South-South network of tax administrators. I hope in our two upcoming sessions, we don't only discuss the role of regional tax bodies, and Marlin, this is relevant to your question, bodies such as ATAF, but also to start a good mapping of the various actors in the South-South cooperation and their role in addressing tax-related IFF, such as ministers of finance. They have a very big role in Africa, missions in New York and Geneva, and civil society actors, etc. And his discussion about the country presidency in the G20, the Indian ambassador reminding us in a very polite and humble way to look at the big picture of financing the SDGs, and that tax is an important part of reforms of the global financial architecture. This is what I got from his 3 points there. So with these few words, I will now introduce our panel to provide their perspective on current global tax architecture and how to counter the various asymmetries to achieve inclusive and equitable tax governance. We have our distinguished panelists. We have Emmanuel and Abdul here, and we have Shinai online. So who would like to start? Emmanuel? Okay, Emmanuel. You have a presentation, yes? A 10 minutes presentation, I believe.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, for that introductory comment. My name is Emmanuel Eze, and I want to thank the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice for inviting African Tax Administration Forum to this program. This morning, we have a very interesting session, and the Chair have laid the foundation, and we will start. The topic is bringing universality and stability to the international tax system through a UN tax convention. That's the topic. The operative words is universality and stability. You will agree with me that yesterday, some colleagues, including Mr. Ashfaq, they have given us a historic portrait of what the existing international platform and corporations look like. We will look at it today from what is it today, and why do we want change? So we identify 4 key elements. There are more elements, but these are key of the existing international framework. One, you have the platform focusing on international tax issues. This is very wide. In this platform, you have the regional organizations, which my chairman have talked about. And they play a very important role in shaping discussion, in shaping policy, in shaping direction of work, even in the other more powerful platforms. And that's where it becomes very important. Some of us here who have attended plenaries either of OECD or even the UN, we agree that there are meetings before the plenaries, meetings in the plenaries, and meetings after the plenaries. The synergies that exist between the participants and their people back home is what is highlighted by underlining the importance of regional bodies. If we have a platform where before you attended those meetings, you have a view which is representative of your region, which is a synergy of several views from people, experts, and key players from your region, it is better and easier to push even at the level of those platforms. But for today, we will be focusing on the 3 key platforms, which is the OECD, the Global Forum on Transparency, and of course the UN. Then secondly, you have the soft laws. These soft laws, sometimes they are also influenced by the platforms. Then you have the network of tax treaties and related instruments. Then you have the domestic legal framework. So the tax laws, in a way, the soft laws, in a way, sometimes they find their ways into the domestic legal framework, and they are made, one, from practice, what you call best practice. Secondly, they could also be like standard made by those platforms, which we will discuss more in details. They have the network of tax treaties, of course, which again is influenced by the platforms, which through their models ensures that it runs on a certain tracks. And all these run on the fortune, which is the domestic legal framework. Now, we will look at the platform as is, and within the little time we have, we will try to lay it out for us to see how inclusive or otherwise they are. So you have the OECD inclusive framework. This platform was primarily conceived for as a regional organization for the OECD, the 38 members of the OECD. However, in 2015, it was expanded to include non-OECD members, which invariably is seen as privilege extended to the rest of the world to join the platform. However, despite it now growing from 38 to 140, could be more right now, the founding members continue to influence the platform, I bet, in a very significant way. So it excludes 1/3 of global jurisdictions, countries in the world. So even as inclusive as they try to point it to be, it still does not cover the whole world. It doesn't have the reach that UN has, for instance. And even the participating non-OECD members have had reasons to complain that they are not being carried along. And this is very important because discussions we had yesterday, and it was pointed out that even developing countries are represented in steering group of the inclusive framework. I agree to that. About 27 countries from Africa are in the inclusive framework. Out of that 27, 4 are in the steering group. But there's something I used to illustrate the process. Someone has given you a car. He tells you the destination you must take the car to and tells you the route that you must take. The fact that you have operational liberty to change gears and might brake here and there does not put you in control. And that's exactly the situation with the OECD inclusive framework. You are given a mandate by the G20 OECD ministers of finance. You are given a direction of work, how you must achieve that mandate. And then you are asked to stay. What you are staring is when the meeting happens and who will be involved in doing the work. By the end of the day, the work is already preset. The destination is preset, and you must achieve a desired outcome by the G20 ministers of finance. Otherwise, your outcome will not be improved, will not be approved. So this is the situation we have found ourselves. And people have also questioned, what is the basis of engagement? Where are the conventions that parties have signed to be involved in this process? What is the rule of engagement? How do we say the process is transparent? And I give you one key example. What is the modalities for arriving at decisions at the OECD inclusive framework? Some people have said it's unanimous decisions. And questions has also been asked. Taking 2021, for instance, when they issued outcome statement endorsing the two-pillar approach. 4 countries declined and opposed that statement, which included Nigeria, Pakistan, and a few others. If it's unanimous approach, how come that we are still able to issue that statement as an OECD inclusive framework statement? So small concerns arises as to the way and manner through which decisions are made, how transparent they are, the views that comes from developing country, what weight is afforded to those views. And this is not to say that participating jurisdiction have no participating jurisdiction from the global north have no influence at all. And I give kudos to my colleagues who are involved in that process. They have influence, but how significant is the influence? That's the question. Now, the second platform which we'll be discussing is the Global Forum on Exchange of Information. When you talk about base erosion and profit shifting, you talk about illicit financial flow. This is the body that is in the eyes of the storm. This body produces standard, which if well implemented and well conceived, it is capable of reducing illicit financial flow to the barest minimum. Part of the standard they said, and of course, it was filed in 2000, but it's only in 2009 that non-OECD members were allowed to join. It has more than 160 members, but that is the optics. Being a member of this forum does not guarantee benefit from the forum because there are preconditions, there are things, infrastructures, framework that you must put in place for you to benefit anything at all. And that's where the issues with this platform come in. Part of the very important standard which they have sought to implement includes the Common Reporting Standard. The Common Reporting Standard in essence says if country X, which is a developing country, citizen has money in country Y, perhaps London or one developed country, the country Y will have obligation under this framework to report financial information of the resident of country X, which is a developing country, vice versa, to the other party. Now, this is very essential because as you would know, people move money either corruptly or illegitimately from some certain part of the world to other parts of the world. And having visibility on it gives the regulatory authorities the ample opportunities to intervene and then ask questions and maybe from there claw back some lost revenues. Now, how do we get to enjoying this benefit? The cost of implementing the framework is prohibitive, and I know so because I've been involved in implementing one for Nigeria. You have to put in a physical infrastructure, which is very costly. You have to subscribe or buy a software, which is also very costly. And you have to ensure that both your primary and secondary legislations are well set. Putting all this together, the cost is prohibitive. And what happens if you're unable to meet up? You do not pass what they call data safeguard and confidentiality test. And once that is not done, you will not benefit from this very important process. Now, more than 10 African countries, of course, have joined this relevant standard, but less than 4 have a robust instrument to benefit from the process. So it's not as easy as joining. Are you able to gain from the process? And to make matters worse, if you look at all the standard, there are even instances where you have not passed the data and confidentiality safeguard test, but you also under obligation to give information. So primarily, our friends at the Global North, they are willing to accept information from you even when they think you don't have all it takes to receive information. And the truth is, we have more use in the Global South, much more than the Global North, because we see the flow of capital. When it comes to illicit financial flow, it flows from the South to the North, not otherwise. So these are key issues. Then you look at other standards like country by country reporting. We screamed loudly that the scope was very high for developing economies. Our economies are not very large, so apparently there are very medium-sized entities that operate, which we want to have visibilities over their data. And we called for review downwards from 750 million euros, but that never happened. And it was actually promised earlier when the standard was being conceived that after certain years it will be reviewed downwards, just like we are promised under Pillar 1 Amount A, that 20 billion may come down to 10 billion. It never happened. And what's the impact of this? The impact of this is that the developing countries do not have visibilities over some entities that operate in their jurisdiction vis-a-vis to the CBCR. Even if you have the resources to implement the standard, you may not have visibility over a lot of entities operating within your jurisdiction. And again, even for the ones over which you have purview, the use of information is severely limited. You can only use CBCR data for high-level analysis of high-level transfer pricing risk. That's all that you could use it for. And you have to also subscribe to other substandard that said you will never use it for other purposes. So these are limitations, and we are asking if this was supposed to carry everybody along, where are developing countries in this story? Now, the third standard, which is very key, is called beneficial ownership transparency. It is also sought to unveil or to give countries ideas as to who is behind what corporations. And this is key because corporations, humans are the legs and the hands of corporations. And we need to know the relationship between the corporations and how that is run is key to also fighting IFF, among other things. So all this happen at this level. We have many African countries there, but the benefits are limited because of inability to implement the framework. So this is a problem. Then the third platform which we'll be discussing is the United Nations Tax Committee. And with deserve respect to colleagues who are also in the committee that are in the room. This committee does very important work, but there are just 25 persons. It's true that 25 persons sometimes try to carry the regions along, but their views are personal to them, and they do not have backing or representative clothing from their countries. So by this conception alone, it is severely limited, irrespective of the good work they have been doing. The buy-in into that work in terms of implementations and then direct stakeholder participation is very limited. And it is unfortunate that less than about 80% of the global jurisdiction are excluded from that process, direct participation. So that is a limitation to that. And we look at the rules quickly. Because you talk about stabilities, you talk about sustainabilities. How sustainable are the rules vis-a-vis the framework which we have just highlighted? Then we have more than 190 domestic legal framework that are relevant to international tax. That's the picture that we have today. These frameworks is the fulcrum, like I said, upon which the treaties run, upon which the standards are implemented, among others. Then there are over 3,000 double taxation agreements in the world. It's closer to 4,000 now than 3,000, but let's use 3,000 as a base. These treaties, by their design, they differ in a lot of ways. They differ in profit attribution and then general allocation of taxing rights. And primarily, these treaties, most of them are influenced by either the OECD or the UN model. Both the OECD and the UN model are historically influenced by what I call the 1920 compromises. Those concessions and compromises says you as a source jurisdictions, you have right to tax active business income. For the shareholder jurisdictions, you tax passive income. There could be agreement as to how much you tax and how much goes to where. But in the key design of all treaties, it presupposes that both nations are actively trading with each other. For developing country, how many of us from Africa have active entities trading in the global north? The answer is no. And when that becomes the case, the reciprocity nature of the treaty is already skewed in favor of the north. And the key element of what needed to come out here is that the taxing right, which is shared by that treaty, also favors our brothers from the north. And that's a problem. Then we look at the rules which are currently trending, the DSTs, the ST. How do we tax digital economy? If you look at the approaches to it, you start to get ideas to how stable the framework we have now is. So about more than 50 countries in the world have done one aspect or the other of trying to tax the digital economy. Some are going for what you call these approaches around GSTs, SCPs, and others, while others are still sticking to the old rules that said you only tax if they have physical presence. And we are now also talking of amount A. With all this being put in place, how are we able to synchronize and ensure that this segment of the economy is taxed in a very harmonious way around up? So these are key issues that also come out. Even amount A, if you implement amount A applies only to about 100 entities. What happens to the rest of other companies operating within this space? When there is no comprehensive framework for dispute resolution, all these things that I've mentioned that contribute to hybrid mismatches, transfer mispricing, think capitalization, excessive interest deduction, treaty shopping and abuse, BEPS generally, IFFs, and what have you. Now, to draw it down, we look at what we expect from the incoming framework. We expect inclusivity. Remember, we pointed out that the existing framework lacks inclusivity. We want it to be inclusive. We want it to be able to tackle BEPS and IFFs. I believe that by involvement of developing countries in the process, they will be able to point out what pinches them the most, which is IFF and BEPS. So they should be able to bring it up as part of the key objective. Simplification of the rules. The rules are complex. I know sometimes it's as a result of multilateral engagement and compromises, but a deliberate effort to simplify the rules will do all parties good. Then we have balanced taxing right. We need to start talking about this. How do we balance the taxing right using the instrumentality of tax treaties and other instruments? Now, transparency. We spoke much about transparency. This framework may bring transparency in terms of rule of engagement. If a decision is to be taken, instead of 20 ministers from the north taking the decision for the rest of the world, my minister from far away Nigeria may be able to be part of the process, and he will know when his vote is cast and what happened to his vote. So these are the key things that I think we will highlight. So from basis of our discussion this morning, thank you very much for indulging me. God bless.
And good morning, everyone. So I'm going to follow from Emmanuel's excellent presentation and have a very simple structure, which will start with the problems and then go to the solutions. Uh, the basic principle to sort of go forward is that the solutions which we think of when we're talking about this topic should address the problems very clearly. So identifying the problems is the first and most important step before we start thinking of solutions. And the second principle is that organizational outputs depend in large part on the process. So the process is of key importance. So that will be the focus going forward. Now, with these basic principles in mind, let's start by looking at the existing system. So this is the OECD-led system. So at the top, you can see the Committee on Fiscal Affairs of the OECD. And below that is the steering group of the inclusive framework and the CFS Bureau and all of these working parties and the various bodies that have been created by the OECD. So first of all, you can see it's quite a complex system and has various problems which we'll go into. And these have been summarized as follows: legal basis, rules of procedure, membership, decision making, transparency, accountability, and agenda setting. And we'll look at them one by one. Starting with legal basis. And for the presentation, I'm going to focus primarily on the inclusive framework because that is where most of the grievance lies. First thing to mention is that this has no statutory basis. It's not an intergovernmental body. I repeat, inclusive framework is not an intergovernmental body. An intergovernmental body is one where countries sign and ratify a treaty, like ATAF. ATAF is an intergovernmental body. UNECA is an intergovernmental body. South Center, with 55 member states, is an intergovernmental body. No country has signed or ratified any treaty to join the inclusive framework because it doesn't exist. So the inclusive framework is not an intergovernmental body. And this is the first big problem with the IF. It has no statutory basis. Then we see that you have all of this arbitrary creation of bodies, like a forum on X, working group on Y, expert group on Z, without any clear procedure. I mean, just look at all of these bodies, technical group and blah, blue, and whatnot. And the latest example is your inclusive forum on carbon mitigation approaches. And the reality is that most of these groups have been created to push the agenda of developed countries, of the OECD member states. For example, the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation, which was arbitrarily conjured, has been mainly created to push the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism. So, by contrast, and this is important to see what an actual statutory basis looks like, you have the UN Tax Committee, which, as Emmanuel said, is a subsidiary body of ECOSOC created through ECOSOC Resolution 2004-69, and I've put the link there. Now, this is not intergovernmental either because they are experts in their individual capacity, but it has a clear statutory basis. And this is very important because things like mandate, structure, function, etc., are defined through the statute for the most part. Now, this takes us to the next problem: no rules of procedure. There are no rules to govern on what basis the inclusive framework functions. Questions such as, how are bodies such as the steering group created? How is it decided who gets to be on the steering group? How do negotiations happen in the working parties? How is the mandate of the working parties decided? How are the heads of the working parties chosen? How is the mandate of the co-chairs decided? How are the co-chairs selected? There are no answers to any of these questions publicly available in written form. I repeat, there are no answers to any of these questions because there are no rules of procedure of the inclusive framework. So what you have as a result is arbitrary functioning to the detriment of developing countries. It's like saying, let's go play a football match, and you don't know what the rules of football are, and you start the game, and the game is rigged. And then you have sort of ever-changing rules, ever-changing goalposts, and all the goalposts, all the empires come from one side. So this is a rigged game with no clear rules. And this is reflected in the outcome of the inclusive framework with outputs such as the two-pillar solution. So the outputs are a function of the process, which is arbitrary and works to the detriment of developing countries. By contrast, in the UN Tax Committee, you have clear rules of procedure. It functions on the basis of publicly available practices and working methods. I've put the link. Supplemented by publicly available intergovernmentally negotiated ECOSOC rules of procedure. I've put the link. So you know exactly these questions. For example, how are the UN Tax Committee subcommittees created? How is the mandate decided? How are subcommittee members chosen, etc.? All of these are clearly written down in rules. So when somebody joins, when a country joins, you know what are the rules of the game. You know how to strategize. You know what to do next, which plays a very big role in the functioning of the institution. Then we come to the membership. First thing to note about the inclusive framework is it's hierarchical. there's no equality between the members. So this is the composition of the steering group. So you can see BEPS associates, where you have a set of developing countries. And then you have the CFA bureau members, which are basically the OECD member states. And this, I mean, this is just a flavor, but there are various hierarchies like this within the inclusive framework and its functioning. And then the second point, which is not talked about enough, the inclusive framework membership gives the developed countries additional voices through separate membership of territories, like which are usually tax havens. For example, Isle of Man, Jersey, Guernsey, British Virgin Islands, Cayman Islands, which are all notorious tax havens, are actually crown dependencies and overseas territory of the United Kingdom. So one country has 6, 7, or God knows how many more additional voices through the separate membership of its territories within the inclusive framework. And I've given some other examples. You have Faroe Islands, which is a territory of Denmark. You have Aruba, Netherlands. This is a topic which needs some more research to see how many additional voices they get through these colonies, territories. In the UN system, there's equality of all member states, and membership is for sovereign countries only. So there is no unfair advantage for colonial powers. Then we look at the issue of decision making. Now, the inclusive framework's principle of consensus in actuality means no voting and is fundamentally undemocratic. And this is one of the issues on which I would say it's a red line for the developed countries in the OECD. Democracy in decision making is vehemently opposed by the same countries who have illegally bombed and invaded other countries in the name of democracy. Absolutely hypocritical. Absolutely hypocritical. They are fundamentally opposed to democracy as a principle of decision making. The same countries which repeatedly have bombed and invaded other countries. And apart from the double standards and hypocrisy, it is inappropriate for international taxation where some standards, like allocation of taxing rights, are zero-sum games and conflict cannot be avoided. The basis of international taxation is no double taxation. The whole structure has been created to avoid two countries taxing the same income. So it has to go into one pocket. It cannot go into two pockets. One pocket will have to say, sorry, it cannot come into my pocket. I agree that it goes into your pocket. And these kinds of decisions are zero-sum games where conflict cannot be avoided. Voting is necessary. Not all standards are like that. Exchange of information and so on, which Emmanuel talked about, are not zero-sum games, but some aspects of international taxation are. And voting is necessary to solve these problems. Now, another aspect of the consensus principle, again, which was arbitrarily agreed upon without any clear process, which is followed in the inclusive framework, is that consensus combined with no rules of procedure all too often means the following. I'm going to quote from Logan Ward, he's the executive secretary of ITAF. The other day, we received a document after 10 in the evening with a deadline for the next morning. You can sign away your taxing rights in your sleep if you receive a deadline like this. If this process is not careful about the pace, the number of meetings, deadlines, and the short notice to comment, it could lead to a de facto exclusion. As anybody here who has participated in the IF meetings can testament, this is all too often how things work. You are given a huge document, very short deadline, no comments, it's accepted by consensus. And in the ECOSOC meeting, special meeting on international tax in March this year, a steering group member from India had the following very insightful comment to make. The consensus-based approach means that countries are deemed to have opted in unless they have specifically opted out. For example, in respect of the 2021 October statement of the inclusive framework, countries are asked to say no if they so desire by a deadline. A lack of response was deemed to be a yes. Such process can create challenge for many, particularly small developing countries who may not have the time or resources to analyze a proposal to take a final view in such a short time frame. So the result is a default yes, with some countries joining the package even if they are not fully convinced of the benefit. And the last paragraph is the most important. The problem with such derived consensus where countries do not join wholeheartedly is that it makes such consensus unsustainable even in the short term. So this basic point of consensus which the OECD's developed countries keep talking about, that it takes everybody along, in practice is untrue. I repeat, consensus combined with no rules of procedure leads to this result. And we can see that in the vote that happened in the UN. We can see that dissatisfaction expressed through the vote that happened in the UN. By contrast, in the UN Tax Committee, you have decision making by democracy, democratic voting. And this has actually helped the UN Tax Committee create critical standards like Article 12A, fees for technical services, Article 12B, income from automated digital services, in the teeth of opposition by developed countries. The votings were completely polarized, all the developed countries on one side, all the developing countries on one side, with no room for any quarter or compromise. These are the situations which resulted to rules like these, which have been very helpful for developing countries, as any treaty negotiator here can attest. Then we come to transparency. There is, I mean, for an organization that sets rules on transparency, it itself is very untransparent, very opaque. There is minimal transparency. There are no reports. For example, if you want to know what was discussed in the steering group, there is no way to find out. If you want to know what was discussed in the working parties, there's no way to find out, and so on. You have some parts of the plenary which are shown publicly, and they are widely considered to be stage managed to show all is well. By contrast, in the UN Tax Committee, you have session reports which are written to the ECOSOC, which is representative of all countries. The general public can easily apply to become an observer to watch UN Tax Committee sessions. Accountability. The OECD reports only to the IF reports only to the OECD and G20 countries. The plenary, which is supposed to be the main governing body, has no formally defined powers and functions. It is a toothless body perceived as a rubber stamp. When we come to agenda setting of the inclusive framework is almost always on the priorities of the G7 countries. As Emmanuel was saying, it's like you're given a car, the destination is given, the route is given, now you have just control of changing the gears and controlling the speed. That was a very good analogy. So the agenda is set sort of through an opaque process and then sort of imposed on the world, where the G7's problems become the world's problems. For example, BEPS began after the 2008 crisis, which originated in the banking sector of developed countries. So then BEPS, which started from the banking sector of developed countries, became a universal agenda. Banking secrecy, which looted the developing world for decades, was made a global issue only after it began to hit the developed countries. Pillar 1 began after digital services taxes began hitting American corporations. Pillar 2 was pushed forward, not started really, but pushed forward by the Trump administration to punish American companies offshoring jobs to developing countries. Carbon taxation is being bleated about to legitimize the European Union's carbon border adjustment mechanism, and so on. So all of these are agendas of the global north, which have been foisted upon the global south as quote unquote global issues, but in reality are the issues of the G7 countries. By contrast, the UN Tax Committee has a 4-year work plan through a clear process through which issues are decided and with a specific mandate to work for the developing countries, to give them special attention. So these are the basic problems which are there in the existing system. And any system going forward has to solve these problems. And if it doesn't, we will see a continuation of the same problems even within the UN. We must not take it for granted that the moment the UN negotiation begins, everything will magically be okay. The developed countries are going to try very hard to ensure the continuity of these same issues within the UN system. So as developing countries, we have to be very, very careful and push for reform of the rules to make sure these same problems don't continue. So when we are going to begin the negotiations now in the second committee and take that forward in the General Assembly and so on, the Convention on the International Tax Cooperation must have a clear legal basis, which it will, hopefully, function on the basis of well-defined rules of procedure. These are absolutely important. What kind of issues will go for voting? Under what conditions? Simple majority, special majority, etc. All of these make a very big difference to the outcome. Rules of procedure are of fundamental importance. It must have universal membership, have democratic decision making. Proceedings should be transparent. It should be accountable to all UN members. And the last and arguably the most important issue, which our colleagues from the African Union have strongly and rightly emphasized upon, agenda setting must take place through a clear, transparent, and inclusive process. If we can sort the process, it will not solve everything, but it will provide a strong structure on the basis of which we can have a fairer international tax system, which can bring universality and stability to the international tax system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we move to Shinai, because Shinai's presentation is about the UN Tax Convention, how we can address this. It's just a quick recap. Actually, we listened to two presentations, saying the same thing, looking at the problem from probably just a bit different angles. Emmanuel identifies three platforms: the Global Forum, Inclusive Framework, and the UN Tax Committee. And he thinks that there are two tests. One is inclusivity, and the second one is transparency. The Inclusive Framework and the Global Forum failed the two tests. He then moved and talked about the cost of implementation. It's quite prohibitive, and he looked at the exchange of information, beneficial ownership, and country-by-country reporting, and then talked about the UN Tax Committee. He highlighted the good work, but he highlighted as well the issue of capacity. So how sustainable and the international rules, and how stable? He questioned that. Question was. So Abdul's main point when he focused on the inclusive framework compared to the UN Tax Committee is that outputs are functional procedures. And he looked at the procedures and the problems, and he agreed with with the problems, but he looked at the processes in terms of the legal framework, no clear rules and procedures, membership, decision-making, transparency, agenda setting, and so. And then he concluded by saying that if we don't address this problem, we'll end up with an inertia. Won't move far. So this is a basis for the UN Tax Convention. Should look at these processes one by one. So these are what we've listened to. So we now move to Shinai. Shinai's presentation. Shinai, are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good to hear from you, Shinai.
Likewise, thanks.
Okay, so you can start. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I just want to share my screen. Let me know when you can share, when you can see my screen.
Shinai, for those who don't know her, she's a problem of when you have a panel of colleagues and friends or so. Shinai is the executive director of Tax Justice Africa. Yes, please, Shinai, you can start.
Great. Thank you so much, Gamal. And a huge thank you to both the South Center as well as Gachi for the invitation. I really wish I could have been with you, but I've been following the conversations online. First of all, a huge thank you to Emmanuel as
Shinai, we can't hear you. Can you hear me, Shinai?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. I think there was an issue with my network. Okay, so again, I was just saying thank you for the invitation. So I've been asked to speak on the topic why we call for a UN tax convention while rejecting the OECD deal. And for me, one of the issues I want to talk to specifically is the historical context for this conversation, because I find it particularly fascinating. And I think it adds legitimacy and weight to the conversation that many of us are starting to have now as we consider this discussion about shifting the conversation around global tax reform from the OECD to the UN. So I'm going to start a little bit with the historical context and then conclude with some of the main charges around why it's so important for us to be looking at a UN tax convention in light of the current discussion that's happening at present. So when we think about the global tax system, traditionally tax policy was recognized as an issue of national sovereignty, right? And then in the 1700s, we saw the world become increasingly globalized. In the 1900s, globalization then became a really prominent feature of the global economy as we started to see increased integration of financial markets, services, labor, and firms. And then due to this increased integration, it became difficult to maintain a lot of the institutional barriers that were in place to prevent the shifting and moving of services and capital. And as we started to see globalization continue to happen, we saw the establishment of multinational corporations that began to engage in shifting of profits, particularly from high tax jurisdictions to low tax jurisdictions. And because of these activities, countries began to recognize the need to start to cooperate around tax issues. And so in the 1900s, we saw the establishment of the first double taxation treaty to address these issues. So now when you take a look at the first tax treaties, these were developed by the League of Nations, specifically in 1928, following a conference that was attended by 27 countries. As you can imagine, during this time, the countries that were largely involved in these conversations were developed countries, right? So countries that we now identify as sort of former colonial countries. And so they drafted these model treaties. And so many of them, not many of them, but the draft model treaty was therefore developed in their favor. In the 1940s, we then started to see more developing countries begin to participate in these discussions. And so in 1943, specifically, a regional conference that had representatives from North and South America saw the presentation of a draft tax treaty to the League of Nations known as the Mexico Draft. And what this draft was supposed to do was to begin a conversation around shifting primary taxing rights to source jurisdictions, right? As well as begin to have a conversation about establishing an international tax organization that could tax multinational corporations. However, this draft that essentially had been tabled by developing countries didn't receive support, particularly from powerful nations such as the United States and the United Kingdom. And so in 1946, this draft was rejected. The reason I mention this is because the point I'm trying to make is that this conversation we're having now about, the democratization of the global tax space, the reallocation of taxing rights is not new, right? And if anything, this conversation actually began at the United Nations. So in 1946, the League of Nations was dissolved and became the UN. And then the UN took up this task of promoting international cooperations, including on tax matters. But however, when the League of Nations evolved into the United Nations, the membership began to include more developing countries. And so as you can imagine, the concerns of source jurisdictions could no longer be dismissed and essentially began to come to the fore and of course begin to make much more complex and complicated, right, the conversations around tax because of the various interests of member states. What we then saw in 1946 was the United Nations Fiscal Commission, where these conversations were taking place, suffer a lack of support largely from developed countries because they were now no longer seeing it as a platform for them to continue to put forward their particular interests because of now the varied participation of particularly developing countries. And also developed countries themselves didn't see the need for a UN body to address tax issues. And so we could already see as early as 1940s this difference in views of developed and developing countries essentially begin to sever a lot of the perspectives of the different countries that were engaging in tax conversations. And in fact, dating back to the 1950s, particularly developed countries already were raising this issue of the replication of the work of the United Nations, because around this time, the OECD, the IMF, the World Bank had already started to do some work. And so what we then saw in 1954 was the abolishment of the United Nations Fiscal Commission because of lack of support, particularly from developed countries. The reason I say this is because whilst we're having all these conversations today, and of course we are celebrating the decision that happened last week, this isn't a conversation that started recently. It's a conversation that really dates back several decades. It's a conversation that particularly global South countries have been leading the charge for. In fact, it's a conversation that began at the United Nations. And so this discussion that we're having now is really to see a shifting back to where global tax issues used to be had before that work was moved to the OECD. Because when the United Nations Fiscal Commission essentially was abolished in 1954, the OECD then took the charge. And so when you take a look at the present situation, there's a number of institutions that play a role in the international tax system. So there's the G20, the IMF, the World Bank, the EU, as well as the Platform for Collaboration on Tax. However, the decision-making is largely spearheaded by the OECD Inclusive Framework. Now, I had a number of slides that essentially were going to unpack what this meant, but Emmanuel has kind of already unpacked that already. And I think, you know, we've been having discussions about what that looks like. And so in response to the question that I was asked to look at is, why do we call for a UN tax convention while rejecting the OECD deal? There's 5 points that I think can sort of summarize that. And you'll see quite a bit of a repetition, in fact, by what's been said earlier. So the first is the reason we call for a UN tax convention is to address this issue of inclusivity. Right now, neither the OECD nor the UN Tax Committee or any other forum, and this is language I'm actually drawing from a statement that the Africa Group put out last week, provides for institutional arrangements that are fully inclusive and effective, and no globally endorsed agreements or standards on tax currently exist. So the first reason why we call for a UN tax convention is really to address this inclusivity issue. I mean, I come from TJNA, and so often we're thinking about what can we do to enhance the participation of African voices within the international financial architecture. At present, half of all African countries aren't members of the OECD Inclusive Framework, right? And so for us, primarily this question of inclusivity is a really big one when we're thinking about this question. The second issue that is important as we have this conversation is really around accountability. And this was a point that was made quite strongly as well. At present, the OECD is accountable, the inclusive framework is accountable to its member states that essentially and essentially serve as the secretariat of the inclusive framework, as well as the G20, right? And so the reason we continue to advocate for the UN to play a much more central role is largely because the UN secretariat would be neutral, is neutral, as opposed to this current particular framework where essentially it is the OECD that's accountable to its members and also takes its charge from the G20. The third is that there's a question of legitimacy. So when you take a look at some of the research that actually shows you the countries that are responsible for the bulk of profit shifting, where we see a lot of the illicit financial flows heading and being housed, this is actually the countries that are at the center of the OECD and of the G20. So the United States, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, etc. These very same countries are the ones that essentially at present are at the core of the conversation around global tax reform. And so there's a question around whether these are the same countries that should be leading these processes, right? Vis-a-vis, again, a space at the United Nations where we have this neutral secretariat where everybody's at the playing field and able to participate equally. And you have everybody being able to have conversations and holding each other accountable. And so there's a legitimacy question that needs to be responded to here. The fourth point around, again, a UN tax convention is around jurisdiction, right? And I think this was, again, a point that was made really well The United Nations right now is really the only body that has the jurisdiction to operate as a global forum. I think it was really interesting to hear that the OECD cannot be called an intergovernmental organization. The point I was going to make was that it's a regional organization, right? And of course works in the interest of its own members. And so the point around needing to take this conversation to the UN and fostering a conversation on a UN tax convention is important because, again, the UN is the only institution really that has the mandate and can operate at this level. And then the fifth point that I would want to emphasize and really sort of double down on is the need for there to be a development orientation to the conversation around global tax reform. So when you think about the UN, it encompasses a whole host of different issues, right? So not only, as we're talking about tax, but not only would the UN work on tax, but it's also where the SDGs are housed, right? And so it's so important that even as we're talking about tax cooperation, there is a cognizant of other issues that are so important for us to be thinking through and making sure also on the table as we're discussing tax. And so specifically a comprehensive approach to addressing sustainable development, economic and social inequality, and environmental considerations need to also be centered whenever we're talking about tax issues. And so as we're talking about the need to shift from the OECD to the UN and why we need to do that. These are some of the key issues that really are centered to the campaign of the work that we do as TGNA and part of the work that we're doing as the broader Global Alliance for Tax Justice Movement. So I'm going to end there, Gamal.
Thank you very much, Shinai. Thank you for reminding us that history matters. And you took us through a long journey defined by power structures. And you've highlighted 5 points why, you call for a UN while rejecting the OECD deals. You agree, I think, on 4 with the 2 presenters, but you highlighted a very important point, which is a development center approach. So thank you very much. We open the floor to discussions, comments, questions. Yes, please.
Thank you. 3 excellent presentations. I would just like to know, is there any structure, institutional framework under the convention which has started to emerge on the horizon? For instance, would there be an intergovernmental tax organization? Would there be an international tax court to settle the disputes, so forth and so on? And how the composition of that intergovernmental framework would emerge? Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, please, at the back first. Yes. Then yes.
Hi. I'm just wondering, I mean, we've had this discussion a lot on at these events, but I want to ask the question again, especially to this panel. The process is important, and it definitely, I mean, the UN offers a lot of improvement, but to what extent, or what are your thoughts about the possibility that the UN could still be captured by the developed countries through even the existing processes at the UN? Decisions have to go through different committees, different countries hold different what is it, levels of power, whether it's through budgets, whether it's through, other things that they hold over countries that they can bring into that process. To what extent do you think, or not only to what extent do you think that the UN process can also be captured in a different way than the OECD, where it's baked into the design of how the OECD operates? But what can be done also to mitigate against that, as we're already thinking through the next steps of where this work around the UN Convention needs to go? Like, what conversations do we need to have already to protect against that? Thank you.
Thank you. My question is regarding the authenticity of the UN Model Convention against the OECD. The reception by the courts, especially in the context of African countries or perhaps also UK or European countries as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So, please. Sure.
Thank you, colleagues. I will start with the first question by Mr. Ashford. Would there be an intergovernmental organization? That's the framework. That is what we expect. The structure is not yet cast in stone, as you would know, but it will, conceptually, it will be nice for the framework to have an intergovernmental organ, even if at a supervisory level. So we have, some people have conceived a model where you have the intergovernmental body playing a supervisory and directive roles. Then you have a technical secretariat that is obtain their mandate from the intergovernmental body to do a more detailed technical work. So that's what we are looking at. And if they frame the convention very well, you should have dispute resolution clause, which will speak as to what role the body or the framework will play in resolving disputes amongst members. It could just be a conference of parties, which is also intergovernmental extraction. So that's my view about that. On the second issue about the authenticity of the UN model vis-a-vis the OECD model, the UN model, the OECD model, I think is 1964. And then the UN model comes after. So the truth is the UN model have tried in a lot of ways to give more taxing rights to developing countries, talking about force of attraction, Article 7, and also the rules around maybe construction fees in Article 5, and all other similar rules. But critically, it's someone said yesterday the unionization of the OECD model, the UNization of the OECD model, had it for the first time. There were lots that was borrowed from the OECD model to form the UN model. And it's a bit problematic, but that's what it is. So it's authentic to the extent that it gives some taxing rights to developing countries far and above the OECD model, but in substance, they share a lot in common. Thank you. Then the third question, which I consider the most critical question, is about how we ensure that if we succeed in building a new framework that's not captured by the powerful countries. And I have to say this very importantly, capacity building is key. Like I mentioned in my presentation, participation is not equal to influence. You can be on the table, you don't know what they're talking about. At the end, they will eat your lunch, you wouldn't even know. So it's very important that we build capacities in our jurisdictions. That's why where some regional organizations like WATAF, ATAF, African Union, and a whole lot of others come into play. their primary functions, especially for ATAF, is to ensure that members have capacities to participate, capacities to understand when you have problem and to provide solution for your problem. Sometimes people are participating in the platform and somebody brings solution. Person is bringing his own solution. His solution may not necessarily work for you because you may be suffering from the ailment, so you can't use the same prescription to solve the problem. So these are key. It's important we build capacity. It's important that we participate. And it may interest you that 140 members of the inclusive framework, but in their working section, the technical working sections, how many do you see? People only come to plenaries and sign up to what they hardly know about. So it's become important that we do some kind of soul searching, build capacity, have deliberate strategy to participate. That is the only way. If you don't do that, then we go back to square one. In any case, let it be also known that influence, economic and political influence will always be in these processes, no matter how much we tried. Thank you.
Maybe Chennai wants to add.
Sanku, can I go to Shinai and then come back to you? Shinai? Shinai, can you hear me? Would you like to respond to some of the questions? Or one of these three questions? Shinai, can you hear me? No. Huh? My mic is muted?
Chennai's mic is muted.
Okay.
You could ask her to unmute.
All right. Can you unmute yourself, please, Shinai? So, Abdul, and then we can go to Shinai again.
Yeah. So I would agree with what Emmanuel said in response to Dr. Ahmed's question. The next steps immediately are a working group, member-led working group, intergovernmental working group, which will prepare the terms of reference for the convention. So what will that sort of a chapterization of what that will contain? So this is very, very critical because once the terms of reference are set, that puts the framework around which the other details will be fleshed in. And in the next session, I'm sure we'll discuss more on that. But this is a very critical time, and not much time left to us. On the question from Malaysia, authenticity of the UN Model Convention, I would add a few things to what Emmanuel said. In the previous committee session, which was from 2017 to 2021, in the first meeting, the developed countries tried to pass a resolution of sorts saying that we will copy paste everything from the OECD model into the UN model unless otherwise. Thankfully, this was opposed by the developing countries. But this gives you a sense of how strongly they're trying to push OECD, the commentary of the UN model, largely quotes from OECD commentary. Much of the articles are quite similar. The Secretariat, there was this guy called Jacques Sasseville, whose diehard mission was to bring everything from the OECD into the UN. And we raised it as a South Center that why is it that many of the ex-OECD officials are continuously bringing in OECD standards. And after that, I'm happy to note that now the Secretariat of the Tax Committee has changed. You have thankfully people from Kenya and other countries and not just people from the developed countries who are ruthlessly bringing in OECD standards. So this authenticity of the UN model, as Dr. Ahmed said, does run the risk in some ways of legitimizing what are actually OECD standards. But the way out for us as developing countries is to actively participate in the UN Tax Committee, even if you're not on the committee, to come as national observers and voice comments and bring about those changes because nobody else is going to do it. Only we have to do it. Nobody else is going to do it for us. Then on the point on the UN being captured by developed countries, I would make a slightly counterintuitive point. I think one of the mistakes we make as the global South is to say the UN should be for developing countries. But that is wrong. UN is for all countries. UN is not just for developing countries. UN is for all countries. And by saying that UN is for developing countries actually drives the developed countries away. They say that, oh, if you are going to get an unfair deal, for them, they would perceive the UN as being biased against them, which is also a completely legitimate concern. So we also need to take this conversation forward in a way which also addresses their interests, because without their participation, this is not going to work. So we also need to think of what are the legitimate interests of developed countries which can be incorporated into these negotiations going forward. Avoid the narrative that UN should be only for developing countries. That's not true. There can be special attention, special emphasis given, but it's for all countries, and this is the strength of the UN. This is the strength of the UN, actually. It's like we can say OECD is for developed countries, that's true. But UN is for all countries, it's not just for developing countries. So with that out of the way, attempts by the developed countries to push their interests should not necessarily be seen as a way to capture the conversation per se. There should be some degree of compromise. And one of the points which is frequently raised by the developed countries is the issue of one country, one vote. This is one of the central concerns the developed countries have with the UN system, that a country with like 1,000 people is equal to a country with 1 billion people and so on. And these are questions we need to now start engaging with to see how are these concerns which we can find some sort of a reasonable compromise. And on the point of which Emmanuel made about capacity building, with all the good things about the UN Tax Committee being said, I'm sure the committee members might agree. We don't make full use of the spaces we have. I mean, okay, we can fight for a seat at the table, but then you have to do the hard work of reading the documents, doing the preparation, coming to the meetings and talking. And we can change rules of procedure to make that a little fair compared to what we have in the existing system. But that doesn't take away the onus on us to speak for ourselves and not kind of wait for some savior to come and save us. Thank you.
Okay, Shinai, are you back? Can you hear me, Shinai? No? Yes, we can't hear you. Okay, no problem. We'll come back. I did. Yes. Can you log out and then log in again, Shinai? You can hear me? In the meantime, yeah, yes.
Just a comment on this famous capacity building thing. I remember when we were doing the trade justice campaign, there was Odur Owen from Kenya used to say, these guys, they want us to go into the ring against Mike Tyson, and they want to send him as our trainer. So it is really, it's not about capacity building. Who is building the capacity? And honestly, we're talking among ourselves. I'm so irritated that 2 OECD secondments work with ATA. It is disturbing because it is, it's not development aid. This is not about development aid. This is about defending taxing rights. And the countries against whom you are defending your right cannot advise you about that. No, it's just like this illicit stolen assets recovery. Switzerland sits on the committee of returning. Can you just imagine how can this work? Those who facilitate the whole theft are among the judges to return the assets. Actually, they should be on the dock for facilitate. So in this sense, we have, for example, we had a very good forum during this initiative came, the South-South Tax Initiative. There is enough capacity in the South. How can we bring the capacities in the South to reinforce one another, to learn from one another's experience? So this issue of capacity building has become a new colonial vehicle of capturing issues, agenda setting, and inputs from the South. So we have to be careful about it. Who makes it, in whose interest, is very, very important.
Thank you, yes, please, yeah.
Hello, okay. My question is to Emmanuel. We've talked about, and also taking it from where Dr. Alemayehu left off about capacity building. How really do we build this capacity in developing countries? Take, for example, Nigeria. How do you create that awareness amongst people? I mean, I never heard about this taxation rights pillar A. If it weren't that I was in Geneva and South Center. So how do you now get government officials, the government machinery in our countries to know exactly what is going on out there? Because your title is don't cede your taxing rights by signing a blank check. Exactly who are we talking to? So the people who make these rules and laws and policies back home in government, how do you get them involved? Because as you know, we have a lot of bureaucracy, we have a lot of red tapeism, we have a corruption, bad governance, and all of that. So how do you get developing countries to even understand what we're doing here? I mean, what you're fighting for, and get them to be on board and come together to forge a common front. That's the first question. And the second one, you talked about the economic and political influence of the OECD, right? So how really can we prevent the, what you call it now, how do we prevent these big members or the OECD from holding sway in this UN convention? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Patrick.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the panelists. And I would like really to appreciate what they just put forward in terms of where we stand and what we need to do to move forward. I didn't want to react, but I think there is need for us to be clear on what we want to achieve. This so-called capacity building, problem that Emmanuel spoke about, and that was re-emphasized by my brother Alimau. Let me tell you what is the problem. If we fail understanding that we have been in the same universities than the people who are crafting these so-called very complex issues that we are supposed not to understand, but we do understand. And the message of Logan is exactly how things are happening. You will never be given time to read, to understand, and to react to what is being proposed to you. And this is the root cause of the problem that we are faced with. For the African Union, we have consistently opposed to our OECD colleagues, that there is need to duly follow processes in terms of submission, consultations, and adoption of documents that are to be guiding the discussions going forward. But unfortunately, they will never accept that you get the right time to read, to understand, and to position yourself in these discussions. Which country can raise a hand to say that they don't know how to read English? If there is one country here who is unable to read English and to understand the dynamics that are in those documents, I would like to see who. As we all sit in this room, if we take time to read those documents, we will understand. You saw last week when we adopted the resolution was crafted by Africans. The resolution was then presented to the world, and we had that historic, consensus on the need to move to the UN. This is how we need to understand the dynamics of the process. As long as you know what you want, as long as you know how you want to sequence the process to get to where you want to get, there is no one that can turn you and influence you as you are moving forward. And this, if we have an agreement on that we have to take time to read the documents that are submitted to us and understand that any comma in a sentence matters you will see that at the end of the day, we will be able to reverse the trends. Another example, we were discussing with the EU a few years back on the draft resolution for the draft declaration of the summit, AU-EU summit. We took time as a continent to read the document and to oppose to all the issues that we saw in the document. For the first time, we had discussions that were not able to be concluded 1 hour before the meeting, and the African position was taken into consideration in those negotiations. So we have to understand that there is no problem of capacity. Maybe there is an allocation of capacity problem, because in our ministries, when we are sending people to negotiate, we should not send our brothers and sisters who has not been, who have not been to school and who are going to shop in Paris and who will not attend to meetings. This is where we need to bridge the gaps to make sure that we send the right people to negotiate. And also we have to have clear indications on our position, because when our negotiators get into the room for negotiations, they have to know their position and they have to keep the position no matter what is proposed. So if we have that kind of framework in which we have an agreement on the fact that we don't need capacity, the only thing we need maybe is to upskill the capacities that we have, but we don't have a fundamental capacity problem. How many PhDs do we have in Africa if we take the example of Nigeria? So those guys don't know how to read? I am sorry, they know how to read. How many PhD do we have in other regions in the world? We have the capacity. There is no one that should come here and use the capacity, issue as a problem that needs to be solved first before we start entering into agreement or understand what they are doing. What we are doing now is clearly structured, and it is based on the capacity that we have on the ground to oppose to what we think being, a process that is not driving us forward. I just wanted to make that clear to make sure that, to respond to you, Madam, we have the capacity. So I want to let my brother there maybe not be stressed to respond to that question, because we have to be strategic enough to let people know that we are not in need of capacity. We are not in need of financial resources. We are in need of an equal process where we are able to mobilize our resources fairly, transparently, and in coherence with our development programs, because no one will come here to help of developing. So we have to be clear about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Marilyn, can I just take a question from the Zoom, please, and then come back to you? So we have a comment from Dugara Adaga in Zoom. And the comment is, therefore, any UN documents whose title suggests that is for developing countries only should be changed. Example, UN transfer pricing, manual for developing countries, etc. So, yeah, can I repeat? Okay. As a comment is saying that any UN documents whose title suggests that is for developing countries only should be changed. Example, UN transfer pricing manual for developing countries, etc. Things that the developing countries are. Yeah, so yes, please.
And thank you for the presentations. I'm aligned with the comments of Ash and others. They were excellent presentations. I just wanted to get some clarification from Emmanuel in relation to the exchange of information and automatic exchange of information. Your presentation suggested that African states aren't really benefiting from the AUI or the EUI process. Is that what you were suggesting? The automatic, the exchange of information framework, both the EUI and the AUI. No, I'm saying that your presentation suggested that African states are not really benefiting from exchange of information. I'm looking at the 23 progress report though from the OECD that suggests that it incorporates input from 38 African countries. And while the report acknowledges that the results across Africa has been uneven, they do quote some figures here in terms of revenue that has been identified by way of the exchange of information process, as well as the automatic exchange of information process. In respect of exchange of information, they report that 4 African countries, Kenya, South Africa, Tunisia, and Uganda, successfully identified an additional 66 million in taxes resulting from EOI. And in addition, one of the 5 African countries, Ghana, Mauritius, Nigeria, Seychelles, and South Africa, participating in AEOI, reported having identified over 10 million in additional revenue by using data automatically received. Now, why I raise it is because when I saw this report before, and it was very heartening to us in Jamaica. We have just, we are in the nascency of our automatic web exchange regime, and we just started exchanging information in September of this year. And so we felt that, you know, this was inspiring to us to know that it was in Africa, you were actually seeing revenue gains from the transparency framework. What we have found, however, is the problem is not so much with the fact that we don't have the systems in place. Our problem is that when our auditors get the information, they're not clear on how to use it in terms of the processes, how to use it in carrying out audits, how to, you know, utilize the information in order to gain revenue, to maximize the revenue potential. So I just wanted some clarification when you spoke about from that. And then my other question, and this might be maybe directed at Abdul. You spoke up, I'm not sure if it was you or Emmanuel that spoke about, or even Shania, not so clear, but somebody spoke about universal membership in the new intergovernmental framework that the UN is proposing. And I wondered how you conceive that universal membership, what it will look like. Are you thinking that there needs to be a critical mass of membership in order to determine that it is universal? At the moment, the vote is split among developing and developed countries. And you raised the fact about that you know, the UN is seen as being pro-developing countries, when it really ought to be, when international cooperation ought to include, to be truly inclusive, ought to be a combination of both developed and developing countries working together in international cooperation. I have to say that my own view at this time is, and it's probably early days yet, where we are now. It seems as if we are more apart than we have ever been before. And so I think getting back persons to the table, I think has to be a critical part of the journey forward in how you get developed and developing countries to buy in to the necessary changes that have to be made to the governance of international tax. I wanted your comment on that. And finally, and this could be any of the panelists, including you, Mr. Chairman, how do you see the role of the UN Tax Committee going forward?
Yes, I think they can respond to this, but probably this is more related to the next session. Yeah, the one on the structure. And so. So I would like to try Shinai again.
Okay, please go.
Shinai, can you hear me?
Hi, Gamal, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Fine. Yes, please go on.
All right, no, thanks so much for that. I'm not sure what was happening with my mic. I think there's been a couple of things. I just wanted to make a couple of comments on the questions. I think the first one is around the universal membership question, right? I think what we are advocating for, and I think what the African group is pushing for, particularly when you read a lot of the material they were putting out towards the end of last year, the current system that we have in place is one where there is very limited to no space for developing country voice. And this is in a number of ways, right? Either one, they're not involved at all in the current platform, or secondly, they are involved, but not to the same degree as, for example, OECD members. And so what the shifting to the UN does is it creates this level playing field, right? Where any member that does want to be involved in these conversations can, and will carry the same weight when it comes to voting as any other country. And I think Abdul made a really good point earlier when he was talking about the fact that these are contentious issues, right? And so voting will at times take place where you won't see everybody on the same side, but essentially we're moving in a direction where we're able to get everybody to participate in the decision-making, which is what we don't have at present. And so I think that's a really important element to keep in mind when we think about this. And then I think just to also speak to the point around capacity building, one of the things that will also likely happen with the shifting towards the UN is that you will have developing countries also involved in the actual standard setting itself, right? In the actual agenda itself. And to the extent that they're involved, there will then be room for the standards to be set in a way that is cognizant of their priorities, their needs, their contexts, which currently is not what is taking place. And so in a sense, the standards are being set by countries that have much higher capacities, that are completely different contexts. And so then capacity building is happening in a way to get developing countries to meet those particular standards. And I think what the UN then does is it kind of evens out that conversation so that the outcomes are reflective of the different sets of countries. I think to your point, and I think Emmanuel will speak to that a little bit earlier on, exchange of information is an incredibly powerful tool. And I think the report that you were referring to, I think does highlight just the capacity for revenue generation, right? When you're engaging in that process. But I think one of the things that the tool does highlight, and I think you know, this was mentioned, that there's only 5 countries right now that are participating and are able to benefit. And even when you take a look at the 5, I think most of the actual revenue is probably being generated by sort of 2 to 3. And part of that is because the way the standards are set right now means that it's difficult for a majority of African countries to be able to participate in that process. Going back to that point around the standards, the agenda need to be collectively set so that particularly developing countries are able to benefit from everything that's available, you know, when you're looking at particularly tax transparency in this particular conversation. Thanks, Kamal. I think I'll end there.
Thank you, Shinai. I'd like to. Who?
All right, thank you, colleagues. Madam, I will start with your question because practical and is I consider it critical. There are different standards in exchange of information. You have exchange of information on request. You have spontaneous exchange of information, and you have automatic exchange of information. The exchange of information on request and that on spontaneous, they do not necessarily need the framework that I spoke to. So I was specific. I said there are only few African countries that are benefiting from AUI, CRS. And the problem why there were few is because of the high bar set. For you to be part of that process, you need to invest in infrastructure and you need to invest in other apparatus to make it happen. Nigeria is one of the countries that is benefiting. And it is true to the report that they have made a lot of money. So your suspicion is right, that if you're able to put the framework in place, you have insight to a whole lot of information that will lead to practical revenue increase for your jurisdiction. So that is just to clarify that point. Then I will leave Togara's question for Abdul to weigh in. How do we prevent the OECD from holding sway? It again goes back to what Abdul said. People have interest, and if we're building inclusive framework, it shouldn't just be inclusive from our own perspective alone. It should be all inclusive. We should not revise the table. What we are complaining of, we shouldn't apply it to others. They also should come to the table. But if we're able to present our own position, right, and push for our positions and ensure that all interests are carried along, that is what we should be aspiring to do. Then my sister spoke about sensitization and again capacity. I want to adopt most of the things Dr. Patrick said on capacity. The only thing I would add, based on my experience in the field, is to say, maybe like he put it, we need to upskill, especially among revenue administration from Africa. I wouldn't know for the rest of the global south. But we have seen instances where one person is doing VAT, is doing income tax, and is doing administrative work. This is not best practice. No matter how intelligent you are, you'll be stretched and you'll be ineffective. So maybe we need to identify the skills and put them in the right places. Or maybe we need to upskill. And this is the context of which I'm talking of capacity, not someone coming to talk down to us as though we are unable to understand what is going on. All right? So we need to do that. Practically, that's very important. And that's not something we wait for a knight in a shining armor to come and do for us. It's something we could do ourselves. I'm a product of capacity building from Nigeria, and there are others like me across Africa. So that's just one point to be made. We need to put the right people at the right places, and we need to ensure that we have more capable hands internally by ourselves to do the work which is required of them. Now, sensitization. I'm happy that African Union is represented here by Dr. Patrick. Dr. Patrick and colleagues in ATAF, they are doing a very fantastic work trying to sensitize African Union members on what is at stake. In fact, about 3 weeks ago, we had a regional consultation in Abuja, wherein these rules were unpacked to member states, of course, together with WATAF. We are unpacked to member states. They were told the pros and the cons of these rules. This is also part of capacity building. They were told how the likely impact, the certain policy options we have on member states if they decide to go that way. And we also receive their input. There are more of such consultations, sensitizations across Africa that will be happening in the next couple of months. So we are doing that. There are also a sector-based consultation on this rule that's organized by Nigerian government itself, which I was part of. So there's a lot going on. And I'm sure that if we keep on getting the information out, we get the result that we are looking for. Then my very good friend, Mr. Dereji, raised the issues about people involved in work for ATAF. What I would say at this point is that ATAF is a Pan-African organization, and you will see it from what it is doing. The partnership is have, especially with other Pan-African organizations like AU. And ATAF is also recruiting African talent and also using them to drive African objectives. There may be one other concerns here and there, but this is what I could say for now. And that's the direction of ATAF, the way we've seen it and the way it's going. So thank you very much.
Thank you. On capacity building, I would just build on what Patrick was saying, very, very important points. One of the arguments, key arguments being made by the developed countries in this whole UN negotiation is that developing countries just need capacity building to implement the standards set, and that is the only problem. We have made all the rules, you guys are not implementing it properly. If you do it, the problem is solved and that's it. And I would say there are two aspects to this. One response we should be making is that we also want to set the rules, not just implement what you have decided amongst yourselves. And secondly, that this is a strategy of the developed countries. They are pushing forward the implementation of the two-pillar solution at high speed. They want to finish Amount B by the end of the year. They want to have the globe rules implemented everywhere. They tried to have a signing ceremony for the subject to tax rule, which was a flop because no country came forward. And I would like to take some credit for that on behalf of the South Center because of some of the briefings we did. So I feel that there is a lot we need to do to build capacity amongst ourselves, as Emmanuel was saying, but also be aware that this argument of capacity building has a very political dimension, that we set the rules, your job is to implement them. And that is what we need to fundamentally challenge in this negotiation going forward. The point on transfer pricing, there was which Jamal had read out from Zoom, that was an excellent question. I'll just repeat the question. You have a UN practical manual for developing countries. So the question was, now should we rename this and remove the developing countries bit? If we say the UN is for all countries, then the practical manual on transfer pricing should also be for all countries. And that goes to the heart of something very deep. OECD transfer pricing guidelines are quote unquote universal. They're not for developed countries. It doesn't say OECD transfer pricing guidelines for developed countries. It just says OECD transfer pricing guidelines, OECD model tax convention, and so on. But we look at the UN standards. The UN model tax convention is between developed and developing countries. UN practical manual is for developing countries. This is a deliberate strategy of the OECD to restrict the UN to kind of work with LDCs and so on and prevent it from taking on a global role. So the answer to this question should be yes, we should aim to have transfer pricing manual by the UN, which is for all countries ultimately, with some special sections perhaps which are of specific interest for low capacity jurisdictions and so on. But if you're talking about the UN framing rules for the whole world, then we need to get away from this current quagmire where UN rules are only for developing countries and low capacity jurisdictions, and OECD sets quote unquote global standards. So I would say yes, we should be aiming towards that, while keeping the UN's core focus or a key focus for developing countries. On Marlene's point on universal membership, so I would say there is a political and legal aspect. Legally, let's see what is the way forward. The convention will be negotiated and then it has to be signed and ratified. So now, not every country in the world can be guaranteed to sign and ratify it. So we cannot guarantee that the whole world will sign and ratify this convention. So will it be universal? That depends, and that depends on the content to a large extent. Now, for the content itself, that depends on the negotiation which will take place. Here, I would say that if we try to, this argument of let's bring countries together, in practice would tend to mean that a disproportionate set of compromises would be made by developing countries. And those who have a lot, we have seen in practice, want to concede very little. I mean, look at Amount A. The US wanted only 100 companies in scope and have brought in a series of filters to make sure that they will pay very, very little. We saw the revenue estimates the other day. And we need to seriously think that if the developed countries refuse to come on board, then how can we go ahead without them and have a structure flexible enough that they can come on board later in bits and pieces if they want to? For example, exchange of information. We have spoken a lot about it today. We can have a framework convention which looks at a broad process, as Patrick was saying, a governance process, clear, and some of the other issues of decision making and so on are sorted out. And in terms of substantive issues, they work on things like exchange of information, for example, build on those. And as time goes on, it can evolve and other countries can come on board. But I would say from the beginning, if we try to concede to all the demands of the developed countries, it would mean disproportionately we would be giving up too much and replicating the existing system in the UN. And then we will have nowhere to go, which would be a really bad scenario.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Very interesting on the point to make to make sure that the UN model doesn't make reference to developing countries. But I think maybe there is, based on the narratives of the UN Model Convention, maybe there is a reason why it is mentioned that it applies to the developing country, maybe perhaps to distinguish it from the OECD model. But if there is no mentioning about UN model applies to the developing country, then in case there is an ambiguity, an issue arises, then the court will decide which one to follow, the OECD or the UN model, right? So to me, to make it as an authentic provision which applies to a specific country, then it has to be embedded in the domestic law of the country, whichever is applicable, but it has to be in the domestic law of that respective country, be it whether the OECD model or the UN model, for the country to for the court of the country to be bound by the respective model convention. That is my comment. Thank you.
Can I just add a quick point to that?
Yes, yes, you can, and then I'll come to you.
Okay.
Yes.
You know, just to give some publicity to our colleagues from ATAF, ATAF has a model tax convention. East African Community has a model tax convention. ASEAN from Southeast Asia has a model tax convention. South African Development Community has a model tax convention. So we don't need to have the UN only for developing countries. The UN could be a global standard, and courts and so on could draw upon regional standards like ATAF and so on. And that can be a much more bottom-up way to really frame the interests of developing countries. And that is something which we should be thinking of more seriously. How can we boost the work of regional organizations like ATAF and so on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for the floor. Good morning, colleagues. You know, I've been listening to the conversation, and firstly, I must state that the presentations which were made, they were excellent, right? They gave us context, they gave us history, and we understand the problems. But I'm here wondering, do we have the right strategy? Are we strategic enough? We made mention earlier of the fact that the philosophy and idea of the OECD, right, can infiltrate the UN institution, and so therefore, you know, developing countries would, you know, still adopt some of those principles and ideology from the developed countries. Now the question is, we have the OECD, but do we have enough developing countries being a part of that framework? Is it that we should ensure that more developing countries do participate, right? That our voice or ideology or principles are enshrined there. And so even as Abdul spoke about process, we are involved in the process. And so it would be easier, right, for the transition to be made from that point, right, as opposed to, you know, saying that the framework of the OECD, right, is not the best framework or institution to use. And as such, we should be focusing on the UN institution. But can't we get ourselves in the OECD's framework, be a part of, right, where decisions are being made, right, we are at the table. And so our voice or theory or principles or ideology can be made known from that stage. Is it that we need to be a little bit more strategic? I don't believe it's an issue with respect to capacity, right? Look in this room, you have brilliant minds, right? Good ideas, right? So is it capacity? In my opinion, I'll say no. I do believe that it's for us to have our ideas and our ideology, right, being there at the table, right? So I just believe that we need to participate more. Now you may ask the question, so how do we go about participating more, right? I can give an example, right? Whenever there are, say, OECD inclusive framework meetings or global forum meetings, have more participation, right, from the developing countries, even if it means that South Center, right, help to sponsor some developing countries to be a part of, because you need to be at the table and let our voices be heard. So I just putting that out there to say that perhaps the strategy may need to be changed or just to shift it a bit, right, so that our voices are heard more. I'll rest there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, not to take us really way back, but the question that our friend from Malaysia asked, I'm not sure if it was answered. She was asking probably, I don't know, was it answered? Was it answered? Yes, because what I gathered was she was asking about the domicile law to apply during arbitration. What is the law that the country would apply?
Okay, sorry. I'm just going to try to answer it if it's okay. Is that fine, Emmanuel? I think we all have to remember that at the end of the day, the model conventions, whether it's the OECD, the ATAF, the UN one, are just that. They're model conventions. They have no force of law. They're simply persuasive in nature. At the end of the day, whether it's an arbitration or local court, they are going to interpret what is actually in the signed and ratified double taxation agreement that you have concluded. So the point when the model conventions are actually of vital importance is when you're negotiating. Whatever you sign and whatever you ratify at the end of the day is what will be up for interpretation in whatever court of law it is or whatever arbitration panel it is. So I guess I just wanted to give, that's just my 2 cents, perhaps someone else with other thoughts on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted to raise some 2 issues, but again, weigh in on what my country lady has mentioned. I know that treaties are interpreted in a purposive manner. We look at the intention of the parties though, but I know several cases in Kenya where our courts have gone to the interpretation by OECD. Several cases. One of the most recent is software case where they categorically referred to Article 12 commentary. Because when people negotiate treaties, there are those similarities, similar articles, which you don't even discuss because you tend to agree. But within those similar articles where there are no disagreements or discussions, they are not in black and white. You still need to interpret the text. You know, as those who have practiced tax, you know, always say the law is very clear. But that is as far as that statement can go. Even the word can mean several things. So whenever a dispute arises, courts find refuge in the commentaries. And which commentary do they go to? The OECD. Which other commentary do they look at? They look at is the UN. But you see the commentaries borrow from one another, you know, a lot of the times. So we might not waste away the model tax conventions because it is the soft law that is available to our courts to interpret treaties. Now, I wanted to weigh in on the issue of capacity. And I think I would urge the different multinational groups, South Center and the like, maybe to work on it. The materials being discussed, for example, at the OECD is not beyond our capacity. there are things that we can read, we can digest, we can relate. We are able to note that certain practices do not happen in our jurisdictions, but they are somewhere else, but they're trying to fit in, within the letters of the multilateral convention, for example. The problem we have is we rarely have enough officers who can dedicate their time totally to the discussions. Take an example of, for example, the UN Tax Committee. They are not just discussing one item. They are going to discuss about Article 12B, 12A, 12, how do they relate, Article 8, the exchange of information, the MLI, and you might find that no one person can sit in all those discussions. You need a number of officers who will, look at the discussion and follow through to ensure that at the end of the day, it gives us what we want. How many tax jurisdictions have that capacity to offer? For example, if I take my case, as I sit here, I also have a target to deliver. So my bosses will be asking me, how much have you collected? The month is almost coming to an end. Do you think an officer will give his total time to such discussions? Okay. It will again boil down into, yes, we are all developing countries, but there are others with capacity, others don't have capacity. So this is an issue that I think needs to be addressed in one way or another. Of course, it goes together with funding. I've been looking at the number of officers in certain countries. I think Italy has about 30,000 or so tax officers. In Kenya, we are barely 10,000. In other countries, you might find they have 5,000 or less. Okay? Are they able to donate enough officers to sit in and give their view, and each country be very proud that our view was taken into consideration, and we have an officer who can come back and tell us, this is what we discussed, these are the reasons as to why we reached this conclusion, and this is how we can best implement this kind of scenario. Without that capacity, the developing country will still come to give us capacity. And in the process, we will still follow through what they have discussed and try to fit in. English is not our first language. If you come to my village, the way we pronounce things is based on what we had, not what originally it's supposed to be. And that's exactly what is happening with the current framework. We just pick things that have been discussed. Some of them, because we are told it's this way, we just accept. Then you realize you can't even place it into context. So I think that's what I'll be inviting the organizations, South Center, ETAF, and all that. What can we do to build capacity in terms of numbers and dedicated officers? Thank you.
All right, Marlene, yes.
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm just here reflecting on the comments from my colleagues, and well, before I move on to my reflection, Abdul, I think had asked your thoughts on the UN Tax Committee. Is there a role in the new the new framework? How do you see that role? But I also wanted to comment that the specific mandate that is given to the UN Tax Committee at the moment is to fill the gaps in terms of guidance and manuals and so on for developing countries. And so therefore, that is precisely why the publication speaks specifically to that. So I guess, so my first question, you could respond to whether or not you think that the mandate should be changed, or whether or not there is a role at all for the UN Tax Committee, whether it is necessary, because the presentations show that the body is not inclusive enough, and so therefore would run afoul of the principles of inclusivity in what we hope will be a change in the new body. I have to say though that the sense I'm getting is that it's gonna be very difficult to get consensus, I think, between the developed countries and the developing countries where we are now. And I just wondered, the question I'd asked earlier was, how do we bring about that cooperation? I wasn't suggesting that we should cede to the developed countries at all. What I wanted, was a response on what kind of strategies could be implemented to bring about that cooperation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marlene, for those important questions. I just wanted to add a point on what Nixon said about capacity first. Capacity building is one of the three pillars of the South Center's work. It's what we are heavily engaged in, and we strongly believe that we want to increase the capacity of developing countries as much as possible. We do a lot of work. We signed an MOU with WATF yesterday. We have an ongoing series with ATAF, where we do regular briefings. We did one recently on Amount B, in fact, together with ATAF, and we'll continue to do that in the future. So it's something which we are doing. We had done one with UNECA recently on the UN Tax Convention. So capacity building is very much a prime focus for us. And I completely agree with you. We need lots of capacity. We need lots of officers with good capacity in developing countries. On that note, I would just add, go back to the point on commentaries. I mean, when a court is, deciding over a case and they look at the OECD or the UN model, how many of those judges would have read the ASEAN model? Those judges had to go to law school, right, and study tax. How many of the syllabus in that law school contained the ASEAN model from Southeast Asia? How many African institutions teach the ATAF model or the East African Community model? And who is going to teach that? We need to make the start somewhere. We need to make the push that include the ATAF model in the syllabus of law schools in Africa, include the ASEAN model in Southeast Asian schools. And I would say as a South Center, we have been trying to do that. We had done a training in Colombia recently for the platform for Latin American countries. And we specifically told that you have the OECD and the UN model, but you also have all of these other models which you should be referring to. Because it's only us to disseminate that. And I think that is something all of us should think about practically. What are the steps we could take to include the standards being developed by our own regions in our own curriculum? So that tomorrow when the judge has to decide a case, the judge has not just read the OECD commentary, but has also read the commentary from other Global South standards. And I'm sure ATAF that's something which all of our organizations can think about. What Marlene, very, very important point on how to bring on board the developed countries and the role of the UN Tax Committee going forward. In terms of strategies, from what I see, these are my personal views, but I see one of the fundamental concerns of developed countries in going to the UN is the one country, one vote system. That is really the key concern they have raised. I've not heard they've spoken about duplication, but it seems to be something they're willing to compromise on. But this is something that seems to be like a major concern for them. My personal view is that the convention must solve the problems of governance, because the rules which are produced will be through this process. So if you have a bad process, you have bad outcomes. And if we don't solve the governance process, going to the UN will just mean a continuation of the problems we have right now with the rubber stamp of the UN on them, which will be really, really bad. So we need to be uncompromising on solving the problems of governance as a core function of the convention. Now, within that, what can we be flexible on? And I do think that the discussion on one country, one vote, because you have two extremes. You have consensus in the OECD, which nullifies voting, and you have one country, one vote, where again, a country with 1,000 people and a country with 1 billion people are treated equally, which is a concern of the developed countries, which is something which should be taken about seriously. And can we find some middle ground? Now, I've heard weighted voting is being talked about as a proposal. Is that something we can think about? How can we design a system like that, which is perceived to be reasonably fair? You have weighted voting in the IMF already. So it's not that it's something without precedent. It's not that something we haven't already agreed to. And these are conversations now we need to think about. And this is one practical issue which I can think where we need to have a real conversation as to how we can bring them on board and then take this forward. But as a matter of principle, we should not compromise on the governance issue. If we say the convention is about this or that substantive issue, but the governance issue is not addressed, that would be a big problem. The role of the UN Tax Committee going forward, if the convention is indeed going to end up being a framework convention, and we look at the UN Climate Convention, which is the other big framework convention, then it has all of these technical bodies which deal with specific issues. I know Article 6, there was some discussion on loss and damages. And I mean, climate is not my area, but you had these expert bodies which sort of dealt with these specific issues. And the UN Tax Committee, I suppose, could be incorporated into the Framework Convention as one of these subsidiary bodies dealing with these specific issues. But I do feel there would be a continued role. So it could propose outputs to the conference of parties to decide whether to accept it or not, or it could provide inputs to another body which could be in between them and the conference of parties. These are the questions we need to think about, but the general expertise of the UN Tax Committee, I think, will continue to have a very important place within this framework convention going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to share my opinion on what Nixon said. I'm staff of Federal Inland Revenue, and then we have targets, we have deliverables. Sometimes when we go to office in the morning, we don't get to close until close of the day, like 10 o'clock sometimes. So to have enough time to dedicate to international tax forum, participate in a body of knowledge is a bit very, very difficult. And then when you look at our KPIs, our participation is not included in these KPIs. So you first of all want to meet your KPIs, which does not include participation in all this international forum. So I want to suggest that maybe we should take this back home. Our retired officers, people that have gotten to retirement age in our services, and then they've demonstrated good skills, we should begin to co-opt them into this committee. We'll give them, those of us who are still on grant, we can give them information, we can participate with them at a minimal level, and then they can have more time to dedicate to this body of knowledge and contribute on behalf of Africa and the developing countries. Also, for some staff in revenue agency, I think we need to begin to look at our KPIs too. That, okay, your KPI should not just be on revenue generation and this. What are you contributing into the body of knowledge in the world? You know, so for those of us in international tax, I would want to suggest that our KPIs should also include our participation in this international tax, so that the capacity we are talking about will be built, and then we'll have more for Africa and developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There is a comment from the Sanjeev Sharma in Zoom. He said it's true that OECD inclusive framework was created to make the broad acceptability of what the OECD does. Most of the inclusive framework members did not have resources to really understand the issues, also due to pace, and most of the IF members from the developing world did not have interest because they were not getting anything from the outcome. There is a big gap between the issues affecting the developed world and the developing world. So any final,
Just one comment.
one comment before we conclude? Yes, please.
Just a comment. I serve as a research consultant to WATAF. Also, I have an affiliation with Obafemi Awolowo University in Nigeria. From my engagement with WATAF and other things that I've done the last few years, I've noticed professors within the African continent. We have very minimal number of academics that get involved in what you do. So I just thought within myself, we have a 1,000-page document to read. And the person is also a tax administrator. When will they have time to read that? If that is not part of his KPI. But if you check the Europeans that we talk about, they involve academics in what they do extensively. They bring scientists into what they do. Check any of the institutions there. You see research professor, economists, senior economics, from academics, whether on part-time basis or on full-time basis. This, because as an academic, you are dedicated to being the university to do your research and to teach your students. You may have time to also contribute to what they do. So my suggestion would be that our institutions should work with the universities. If not for that brings me to what I do now, I won't be available to contribute. Perhaps I'll be spending my leave from the university somewhere else teaching. But I've been doing research on international taxation issues, contributing to what they do, and it has been productive on both sides. We have mutually benefited. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Allow me maybe to comment on the OECD work. That then feeds into what the professor is saying. I noticed that the whole of Africa, it's only the accountancy body in South Africa that made comments to the amount A or the two-pillar solution work, meaning the ISPAC, that is the accountancy body in Kenya, in Nigeria, and all those others, none made comments. And that goes together with what he mentioned, and also Emmanuel mentioned, that the same is not being picked up in the academic circles, in the professional circles. It has been left just to the tax authorities and maybe the other organizations like South Center Tax Justice Network and so. So I think as those who are also interested in the tax arena, you can also see how you can drag the accountancy bodies into these discussions. And that will also go a long way in building capacity, and not just building capacity for the already, tax experts like you and me, but also for the upcoming, tax professionals. Thank you.
Okay, some final remarks.
All right, just a few remarks from me, drawing from the question that Merlin and a colleague up there asked about strategy. Abdul pointed out one aspect of the concern that the developed country would have about the UN process. Another aspect that I have seen repeatedly is the argument around repetitions. Why it's true that the argument have not been bought in by the rest of the world, it is critically important that we also make moves to bring them to the table. What is the approach to making that happen? I think we should concentrate on building a framework. You build a framework, the framework considers existing standard, adopt some if they have to, recommend others if they have to. If at this stage that we are delving in, if we go into discussion of substantive rules, that is when somebody will put his foot on the ground and say, you want to duplicate what I have done. I will not agree. So let's focus on building a framework that has a broad mandate that will cover most of the things the current OECD IF is doing, and of course the UN Tax Committee. If the mandate covers that, we don't have a problem. When the framework set working, they can work on the detailed rules, considering the existing standard and also making new ones. That's one very important thing I wanted to point out. What will be the role of the United Nations Task Committee? I want to go with Abdul. If the framework is what we dream of, it should have an intergovernmental body, maybe by way of conference of parties. Then it shall have a technical secretariat. Because of the depth of expertise available in the UN Task Committee, my suggestion, personal suggestion would be that it feeds into the secretariat, either by way of advisory or being part of it, or be a bureau or one way or the other. That sense, we don't lose the good work they have done, we don't lose their continual guidance, and there's also a feed upwards to direct work and guide the intergovernmental body that which supervises. Those are my final words. I think we are doing well as Global South. This gathering is one key pointer to that extent. If we continue to talk at our regional blocks, we continue to share ideas and sensitize ourselves, I think we get it right. Thank you very much.
Not much to say after Emmanuel's excellent comments, which I fully agree with. I would just say that we have very little time and you have path dependency. So once the terms of reference are set, the negotiations will then take place on that basis. So we have a series of hurdles to cross. The second committee now has to be passed by the fifth committee, where the budget will be decided. The budget has to be approved basically, then it has to be passed by the plenary of the General Assembly. And then after that, the negotiations will begin by the working group on the terms of reference. And then once the terms of reference are decided, then that will provide the framework within which these larger negotiations take place. So this is a very critical time. We have, I would say, about 7-8 months to a year at the most. And now is really the time for us to actively engage our foreign ministries, because these discussions are led by the delegation in New York. So now is the time for tax administration and finance ministries to start actively communicating to the foreign ministry delegations what we want to see out of this. From our side in the South Center, we are going to continue supporting these negotiations. We are going to continue working with our partners, ATF, UNECA, WATF, and everyone else here, and see what we can do to really bring this framework convention about as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Shinai, can you hear me? Shinai, any final remarks? No? So to conclude, first I want to share some good news with you. I will not dare to summarize this very interesting discussion and stop you from the break. But I will just share a very quick story because I enjoy this discussion about capacity building. My first development work, and I'm not going to reveal the country or the names or so. It was a needs assessment exercise. So I went there and with ministers, different ministries and so, and I've realized that they had consultants, secondees. The president has one, every ministry has one. So I asked them, how many consultants do you have? They said, and I changed the name now. Ask Dan. Dan was a young American one working from the aid coordination unit. So the government did not know. At least we have, we're taking this bold approach to this. So I just want to conclude that I really enjoyed the whole discussion. And I think we'll just, Patrick is not here. I think we'll just continue the discussion. It's next session. So thank you. Thank you very much.
So with this, it will move forward, and with this, it will move back. And this is if you want to highlight something.
Dear colleagues, can we take our seats?
Okay. Yeah, I can't.
And if you want, I can.
Okay, so I should go and say that.
Can we take our seats so that we commence the session? Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, and allow me first of all to introduce myself. I am Patrick Nzana-Olomo. I work for the African Union Commission, and it is truly a pleasure to be here with you today for this conference on South-South cooperation in international tax matters. And the title of our conference, Don't Cede Your Taxing Rights by Signing a Blank Check, is certainly a conference that is happening at an opportune time. As it was highlighted here yesterday and even during our deliberation today, we are certainly at a pivotal moment of our history because we just witnessed last week the vote that happened at the UN with regards to the new tax international architecture that we would like to see designed, built, and operated. I would like for that to take this opportunity on behalf of the African Union Commission to thank all the delegations that are present here, because it truly signifies something important for us to see that we are continuing engaging in this process that we see as essential and critical in paving the way to the development of our Global South economic zone. I would also like to sincerely appreciate the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice for organizing this meeting, which we see as an important one in terms of the task that is ahead of us. And in this, I would like to truly commend the organizing team of this meeting for the excellent, arrangement since we were onboarded and since we landed in this city of Geneva. Having said that, the discussion that we are having today, and it is our last panel, and I can assure you that it is certainly one of the most important, but the most challenging and difficult, because we have to talk about the UN Tax Convention. We have to look at its structure, the functions, and also the way forward that we can shape together in terms of the next steps. As you are well aware, and I would not want to repeat it, but if I take into consideration the guidance that was given to me to not influence the discussion and to not influence the panelists, it is important for me not to develop further, because my position on these issues is well known and we are pushing to see it moving forward. And on this, allow me, first of all, to introduce our panelists. We have Madam Iyabo Masha, which is just closer to me. She is the director of the G24. She will have the possibility to introduce herself intensively. We have Mr. Aprov Tiwari, which is Undersecretary for Foreign Tax and Tax Research Division at the Central Board of Direct Taxes of India. He will be joining us online. I do hope that he's connected and that we will give him the floor when his turn to speak will come. We also have a very good friend of mine, Lorenzo Uribe, who is from the Ministry of Finance of Colombia and who will speak on behalf of pro tempore chair of the Platform for Taxation in Latin America and the Caribbean, the PTLAC. Lorenzo, you're most welcome. Also, in this panel, we will have the pleasure to listen to the next steps after the vote of the UN Tax Convention in the UNGA Second Committee, and we will be delighted to listen to our dear brother, Dereje Alemayehu, who is the Executive Director of Global Alliance for Tax Justice. My dear brother, you're welcome, and thank you very much for being with us. So without any other development and with the guidance of being impartial and not to influence, allow me to give the floor straight away to our first speaker, Mrs. or Madam Masha Iyabo, the director of the G24. My sister, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and good day to you wherever you are in the world, for those of you joining us virtually. My name is Iyabo Masha, and I am the director of the G24, the Intergovernmental Group of 24 based in Washington, DC. We represent a group of 29 countries, and I'll tell you a little bit about our organization before I go into the substance of my presentation. So the way I will do this presentation is, of course, after I've spoken a little bit about the G24, I will talk about the background to the UNGA resolution and the subsequent Secretary General's report. Then we can talk about the resolution itself and the prospects of the resolution going forward. I will answer the questions that have been posed in the agenda, which also includes giving some thoughts to the way forward for developing countries. I'll try to move very quickly so that we can cover all the grounds within my 10 minutes. And I believe that there's a timekeeper breathing down my neck. So I'm very conscious of that. So just to give some background about the work we do on tax engagement, as I've said, 28 members, 11 from Africa, 8 from Asia, and 10 from Latin America. The G24 participates in almost all the important international tax initiatives. We have some of our members are G20, some are OECD. We have members that are part of the UN Committee of Experts. Most of the members, at least a good percentage of the members, have signed the inclusive framework, and they participate in the global exchange of information. The G24 has maintained a specific position on one, what it means, what international tax means, what inclusive tax means, and the other one being what we see as being faulty under the current global framework. And I can only refer you to 2 recent newspaper reports on this issue. ft.com, where we stated that the G24 supports a transparent, equitable global tax negotiation led by a universal body that will foster fairness for developing nations, enhance state accountability, and elevate sustainable development in global tax discussions. So in other words, we want a development-centered global tax regime. And in talking about what we find wrong with the system, the OECD-led system, we did say that the current system led by the OECD G20 displays exclusive membership, top-down agenda setting, undemocratic decision-making, and policy options beyond countries' implementation capacity. So G24 concurs with the UNSG that this hampers global tax reform effectiveness. So a lot of these issues have been said over and over again in the past day, since yesterday, and we're quite pleased to be part of that consensus of global South thinking on the issue. The G24 has a working group on tax made up of representatives of ministries of finance, tax policy divisions, and the revenue agencies in our member countries. And on these, the tax working group focuses on a variety of issues: extractive industries, digital economy, transfer pricing, and automatic exchange of information, issues relating to the informal economy, which is even outside the kind of issue that the OECD looks at, and also looking at risk management and risk mitigation measures. And our main channels of doing this is through the peer learning and capacity building, when we meet regularly, and also advocacy at international on tax cooperation issues. I can refer you to our website where you will see links to all the inputs that we have made since the OECD framework started, the discussion started heating up, starting from 2019. And of course, the latest one being on Amount B, which was in September. So with this in mind, that gives you a fair idea of how we do our work and what our focus is. To come to this UNGA resolution, the timeline is really, I think, started around, of course, there has been lack of satisfaction on how the global international tax cooperation is working. But it wasn't until December 2022 that a resolution was tabled, which then asked that there should be an intergovernmental discussion at the United Nations on ways to strengthen the inclusiveness and effectiveness of international cooperation. And the resolution did call for the evaluation of options and also to take into consideration existing international and multilateral arrangements. Obviously, the beneficiaries of the status quo will not support that. So the US did lead a failed attempt to remove the resolution's call for the UN to begin discussion on a new international framework. In any case, it passed on, and on that basis, they requested for inputs earlier this year, and the Secretary General's report was issued sometime in the summer. And the report did acknowledge some of the issues that we have discussed at length here today: barriers to engagement in OECD, high technical quality of documents, significant barriers to meaningful engagement in agenda setting, and existence of preconditions. So against this background, the UN Secretary General did endorse and the report that the UN's role in tax norms and agenda setting rules need to be enhanced to make international cooperation fully inclusive and fully effective. And that was tabled before the UNGA the 78th UNGA in September, in that report, there were three options. One is what we call a multilateral convention on tax, which will be a binding treaty. It will be legally binding on all countries. The second option is a framework convention on international cooperation. The framework convention is a convention in which, okay, members also accept it, but the way it operates is that there is no agreement, there is no prior agreement on the issues. There are prior agreements on the objectives and on the contours. And it is when that framework convention takes up that then you can then have a system, a robust discussion on where each party wants to go. And then you have the framework for international tax cooperation, which is really just something that establishes principles that governments can abide with. There is no, it is not legally binding. So these were the three options before the Secretary General's report issued, and eventually it was clear that people were gravitating, countries were gravitating towards option 2 at the UNGA session on taxation, which I actually moderated. The intervention from many of the countries there was that it is really option 2 is the way to go. But the adoption of option 2 then was what then happened next was after the UN General Assembly in October, the Africa Caucus, again led by Nigeria, sponsored the resolution for a tax to adopt option 2. But in the final resolution that came out, that they had to show more flexibility, and they had to show flexibility so that they could carry other countries along. And so the final draft moved from, actually requesting for the UN to commence the institution of a framework convention to a weaker version that I would say, which called for the establishment of a member-led, open-ended, and ad hoc intergovernmental committee for the purpose of elaborating a comprehensive convention on international tax cooperation. So we have that change from that to now where is to draft the terms of reference. Obviously, the voting did not go unchallenged. The UK government sponsored a resolution that would have effectively made the option to be option 3, which is the one that is not legally binding. But it was supported by only about 55 countries. So the next stage, therefore, is for the terms of reference, for the terms of reference to be developed. The terms of reference is supposed to be presented at the UNGA, 79th UNGA next year, which means it should be ready somewhere in the summer of next year. And the charge before the way they have structured the discussion is that there will be a bureau of 20 members based on gender and regional balance. They will be tasked with developing the terms of reference for a United Nations Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. Now, the work is supposed to take account of all these issues we have been highlighting, the needs, the priorities, and capacities of all countries. It should also be holistic development. That means it's developmentally oriented and takes into consideration not only economic, but also social and environmental policy issues, including measures against tax-related illicit financial flows. Now, it is only after these terms of reference has been approved that negotiation on the tax convention will then commence. So if we're to look at the benefit of history, we will find out that a very similar convention is the UNFCCC, that is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now there are meetings going on in Dubai. And between the time that the convention was approved and that it came into force, it was about 8 years. So we need to manage expectations because there are very strong oppositions against this particular convention. They are still going to try to work to influence the terms of reference. And in any case, the committee on the terms of reference have to be financially approved. And that will be the next stage to get the fifth committee to approve the finances that would allow that committee to take off. Now, one of the questions of this agenda is what are the pros and cons? Well, obviously, option 2, coming from where we're coming, the OECD framework, which is more top-down, then option 2 is the most desirable option because one, it permits the gradual problem solving. So say the OECD group or whichever group wants to put in something on pillar 1 or that is similar to pillar 1 or pillar 2. They will bring it to the convention. It will be debated, negotiated by the parties, each step of the way, and any country can do the same. And it is only after that it is then approved. And once that is approved, that has more political credibility and accountability than a very top-down approach. The Framework Convention Secretariat will be the kind of conference of parties, which is, in the case of the Climate Change Convention, they are in their 27th or 28th year now. And if you look at something like loss and damage as an example, loss and damage was only incorporated into the financing of climate change only last year, in the 27th year of that particular convention. And that shows how flexible this kind of system can be. New issues emerge, they are debated, and they go on. The Framework Convention carries all parties along, unlike the OECD, which is a rich men's club, and all activities have universal participation. Now, what is the way forward for developing countries? I think there is still a lot of work ahead. There is a lot of advocacy to be done. In this particular convention system, that convention system even imposes more responsibilities on developing countries. So it is incumbent on developing countries to make effective use of their regional tax advocacy organizations, the think tanks, the intergovernmental and civil society organizations. Because unlike the OECD framework where something was already developed and tabled for you to agree or not agree, you're going to be developing your own positions. You're going to have to develop the capacity to make these things work. So that is a lot of responsibilities, and many of these countries, we're in regions where we have a lot of resources that we can tap on. There is also need we should recognize the need for enhanced cooperation between countries at different income level. As was said in the very past panel, it's not just a developing country issue, it's all countries, and the world can only clap with 2 hands. So there has to be some kind of a lot of cooperation even with the OECD. Countries can implement certain things at regional level. for example, the pillar 2, the EU the application is supposed to be regional within the EU. And if we can identify areas of commonality stemming from the economic environment or existing regional cooperation, ECOWAS, East Africa Community, South African Committee, the Latin American regional organizations, that could even be the basis of implementing some basic agreements before going on to a larger platform. Now, in this framework convention, whenever it takes off, since there's the opportunity to present ideas, to present policy positions and see how it flows with other members, I will say that my thinking is that, and that is also recognized in the UN Secretary General's report, is that in order not to duplicate existing agreements, then this new framework would have to incorporate. So the way I see it operating is that when the convention takes off, the OECD BEPS framework will be tabled as within the conference of parties. And within the conference of parties, then there can then be give and take and addressing some of the issues that we've been talking about today. And similarly, countries can present their new ideas. So for example, we can say that there's no protocol for, a lot of these tax policies are about countries that are exporting capital or, taking on operations in other countries. What about a protocol for the countries that they are coming into? And that's one way to develop something that speaks to the interest of developing countries. So global cooperation is absolutely important. It's clear from the debate, the attempt to stop the resolution, and also the messages that the countries, their intervention, many of them are still very, very uncomfortable with the idea. There is minority because they didn't win, but they're a very powerful minority. So there's need for continuous cooperation to achieve durable results. And that's because, as we agreed yesterday, some issues are just best addressed in a global framework. And so it's not something that can be addressed only at the regional or continental level. I think that in going for this framework convention, expectations have to be managed. And the major expectation is, if it's going to take as long as it took the UNFCCC, and that is something like 6 years, what would happen to the existing agreements in the interim? What will happen to the OECD framework and all the other agreements that are going on tax cooperation? We, of course, look for a very strong move. Maybe it may not last as long as those other ones, but definitely the expectations have to be managed again and again. So when this vote was cast last week, we did issue a statement in which we express our appreciation and commended the process at the UN, but we also said that as the process begins to delineate the parameters of the agreement, then it is incumbent on us all to recognize and acknowledge the concerns voiced by countries favoring alternative outcomes. So with that, I end my presentation and pass on to the chair.
Thank you very much, Masha, for so eloquently presenting on that particular matter. You were able to, to highlight the three options that are in the report of the UNSG. You also gave us, clarifications about the position that we saw adopted last time at the second committee. And then you paved a way forward in terms of actions that needs to be done. And you concluded with the excellent work that you are doing at the G24. So I would like to seize the opportunity once again to thank you sincerely for that excellent presentation. Without any further development, allow me to move online for our participant from India, Mr. Apov Tiwari, which is the Undersecretary of Foreign Tax and Tax Research Division at the Central Board of Direct Taxes of India. Is he connected? Can we link up with him and have his presentation? Mr. Apov, are you with us?
Yes, I see myself. I hope you all can see me too.
Yes, we see you. Excellent. And we can hear you loud and clear. So the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you so much. A very good evening to all distinguished delegates and colleagues from around the world. A big thank you to the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice for inviting me to this panel on this very important subject and a discussion that could not have perhaps taken place at a more opportune time. We saw something historic happen last week, and I think it's important for us as developing countries to discuss, not just to take stock of not just what has happened, but the long path that lies ahead of us as we work towards more inclusive and effective international tax cooperation. So in the interest of time, let me jump in quickly to, let me, of course, first get the obvious disclaimer out of the way, which is that I work for the government of India as Under Secretary in the Foreign Tax Division. But what the opinions that I expressed today may not necessarily reflect those of the government, although India's position on the UN Tax Convention, I think, is very clear and was reflected in the way we voted on Wednesday last week. We stand firmly behind the idea of an intergovernmental committee under the UN framework to work on international tax cooperation. Now, I think Ms. Yabo has discussed some of these things at length. So let me just say that the vote that happened at the second committee on Wednesday last week was historic. Because it gives us an opportunity to move beyond the existing frameworks for international tax cooperation, and for the first time, perhaps at least hope for something that is truly multilateral and truly inclusive, unlike the BEPS inclusive framework, which is, I think, all of us can agree is anything but inclusive. Another thing that I think we should appreciate is that the voting patterns that we saw in the vote at the second committee reflected a fair degree of a fairly broad-based commitment to the idea of giving the UN a bigger role, because not only did we see the conventional G77 plus China or the larger global South vote in favor of the resolution, but we also saw a lot of interesting departures from traditionally held positions. So, for example, we saw Singapore, an OECD member, vote in favor of the resolution. We also saw Norway abstaining on the resolution. Of course, we saw representatives from those two countries give a detailed address on why they chose to vote in the way they did, and of course also express certain reservations. But the fact that we got those countries to depart from the position that was held by the West, I think is a victory, perhaps a small victory for the global South diplomacy in this matter. Now, I think it's also important to acknowledge that the resolution that was passed, it does not intend to undermine the good work that has happened in the last decade, whether that is through the UN, the UNDP, or the OECD through its two-pillar solution. And I think we must compliment the African group for its leadership on this matter, because the resolution also reflects that, especially in the preambular paragraphs. It acknowledges the role not just of the OECD, but of all bodies so far that have worked in international tax cooperation. So it acknowledges the fact that not everything is wrong, and we don't need to be overly pessimistic about where we stand. But it also acknowledges that there are gaping gaps in international tax cooperation as we want to see it in the world. So, in that spirit, I think developing countries should work towards avoiding a deadlock. I heard Ms. Yabo talk about that 8-year gap between when the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change was introduced and when it finally came into force. And I think I will talk a little bit about the Framework Convention, but I think we should at least try and work towards a compromise that at least ensures that we don't have to wait 8 years for the Framework Convention to finally come into being. Now, with that context, I know that Ms. Yabo touched on this as well, so I'm going to perhaps breeze through this slide. But it's important for us to remember that what was finally adopted was a compromise, because the original Nigerian resolution did not talk about an intergovernmental committee that would draft the terms of reference. Instead, it talked about an intergovernmental committee that would elaborate the terms of a framework convention. So we've now broken that step down into two, where we first have the committee draft the terms of reference, which will be presented to the UN General Assembly in its 79th session, which is next year. And on the basis of those draft terms of reference, the final framework convention will come into being. And in fact, that's also not where it ends, because it's important for us to remember that the way the framework convention is conceptualized is that it doesn't really change anything on the ground as far as the broader issue of global allocation of taxing rights is concerned. The framework convention, and I'll come to that perhaps in the next slide in more detail, but the framework convention is basically a set of broad guidelines, principles, objectives, whatever you might want to call it. But the matter of actually changing things on the ground only happens after the convention. So in a way, this is actually a 3-step process where we first draft the terms of reference. The terms of reference then lead to a framework convention, and the framework convention then perhaps through protocols or through other legal instruments leads to allocation of taxing rights or redistribution of taxing rights or addressing issues like illicit financial flows, etc. So again, not to sound pessimistic, but it's a fairly long road ahead of us. But I think we've taken it's a good start in the sense that we have at least managed to get agreement on actually drafting a framework convention. So again, I must compliment the Africa group and especially Nigeria that tabled the initial resolution, and Egypt as the facilitator that ultimately perhaps negotiated to ensure that there was broad agreement on the text of the resolution that was finally adopted. So I think the terms of reference, again, just so that there isn't a roadblock at that stage, the terms of reference should be based on broad consultation to identify aspects of international tax cooperation which require urgent reform, and very importantly, which have something for all stakeholders. I remember Abdul in an earlier session today talking about the fact that the UN it's not like, as opposed to the OECD, the UN is only for developing countries. The UN is meant to serve the interests of all countries. So unless we actually have something in the terms of reference that serves possibly could serve every, if not every country, then every so-called bloc of countries that are part of the UN system, then we might actually see the resolution, perhaps the framework convention coming into being perhaps earlier than we would otherwise imagine. Now, what would the structure of such a tax convention be? Ms. Yabo did talk about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, which I think could be a useful reference text. What is interesting to note about the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change is that, well, it's actually not the first popular framework convention under the UN. I think the first very successful experiment with a framework convention was the Vienna Convention of 1985, which ultimately led to the signing of the Montreal Protocol to prevent the depletion of the ozone layer. And in fact, it was a very successful agreement steered by the UN. Again, it followed what is called the the sort of convention protocol framework where you first have a convention which is then supplemented through protocols which address the substantive question at hand. So the Vienna Convention was supplemented by the Montreal Protocol, which ultimately led to a broad legally binding agreement on eliminating ozone layer depleting substances. The UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, on the other hand, actually began with a sort of a non-binding agreement. So when the UN Framework Convention came into being, and this, of course, was after 8 years of hectic negotiations, there was actually no binding agreement to limit emissions. In fact, that binding agreement only came about through the Kyoto Protocol of 1997. And that protocol, if you'd recall, only imposed the obligation on the so-called Annex 1 countries, which were developed countries, to reduce their emissions. And once again, like we've come to expect, it was actually because of the UN and the roadblock at the UN Senate that the Kyoto Protocol fell through, which then led to several years later in 2015 to the Paris Agreement, where we have something called nationally determined contributions. So it's again, we've moved from non-binding to legally binding to then what we call nationally determined contributions. So I think we should be wary of calling this option 2, because we still don't know where we will go with this framework convention. These are still very early days for the framework convention, which is why I think it would be good to start with a very broad set of objectives, principles. It's possible that what we see as option 2 today might turn into option 3 tomorrow, where if we are not able to agree on something that is legally binding. So I think we should perhaps be a little wary of calling it option 2 at this point, because what we have so far is only an agreement to draft the terms of reference, which will lead to a framework convention, and subsequently we'll talk about substantive issues which will affect taxing rights of all countries involved. Now, the resolution in its current form, it identifies certain areas where the Intergovernmental Committee could consider the development of early protocols. And these areas include tax-related illicit financial flows and taxation of income derived from the provision of cross-border services. I think there was, from my experience and from what I understand, there was not a lot of discussion on the basis for inclusion of these two specific items. But I think the idea was that we should not perhaps include items that are quote unquote more controversial at this stage, and therefore these items which perhaps would find more broad-based support were included. Now, in that same vein, I think what the tax convention should ultimately look to do is to address broadly 2 issues, and this of course would happen, and I'm talking about perhaps several years into the future. But because we are talking about the way ahead, I thought perhaps I could dwell a little bit on what the tax convention could eventually target in terms of the actual impact on the ground in various jurisdictions. The first is combating tax evasion and avoidance, and that of course would include illicit financial flows, but it could include a host of other things as well. For example, offshore indirect transfers is an issue that India highlighted in its submissions to the UN Secretary General's report. And if all of you recall, I think the word that the most common refrain of the developed world when it comes to the idea of a UN tax convention is the word duplication. And I know Abdul hates that word, and I know all of us hate that word too, given how much it's been bandied about over the last few days and months. But the common refrain is that we do not want to duplicate the word of the work of the OECD. Now, I think it's important again to realize that the OECD at the moment is actually only talking about allocation of business profits through what is called Pillar 1 and a global minimum tax on such profits, which is Pillar 2. The OECD at the moment is actually not doing a lot of other things which the UN Tax Committee has already dealt with in significant detail. So offshore indirect transfers, as you would recall, India still has certain bilateral tax treaties, for example, which do not allow offshore indirect transfers, which have a nexus with movable or immovable property situated in India. And I'm sure that's true of a lot of other developing countries as well. There's the problem of high net worth individuals, stateless individuals, which I think can be tackled potentially through protocols. So again, this was again to address the question of duplication, which is that, of course, the moral vacuum in that argument aside, which is that the OECD is accusing the UN of duplicating when it should have been the UN doing it in the first place. But that argument aside, there are actually several things that we could do which is currently not being pursued by the OECD. And when it comes to actual negotiations on the Framework Convention, I think this is something that the developing countries could potentially focus on. And as far as fair allocation of taxing rights is concerned, that is, I think, the elephant in the room, the most contentious issue. The OECD has proposed to do it through perhaps the most complicated route possible. The UN has something called Article 12B, which the UN Tax Committee has worked extensively on and is now part of the UN Model Tax Convention. But I think whether we do it through 12B or through any other way, I think the biggest lesson from our experience on the two-pillar solution is that the solution to the problem cannot be bigger than the problem itself. Therefore, it needs to be administratively efficient and equitable to all countries to the extent possible. There will be certain countries that stand to lose out, and I remember Abdul making that presentation yesterday on which countries stand to gain from Amount A and which countries stand to lose. The truth is that there are actually a few developing countries, even in Africa, if I recall, which stand to gain a little from Amount A. But that's not how we need to look at the ultimate solution, which is that A, it has to be administratively efficient, and B, it has to be equitable, which is that it's not that some country gains peanuts and certain other developing countries lose a lot, because the administrative cost of implementing something as complicated as Pillar 1 perhaps nullifies any potential gains minuscule gains that might accrue to some countries on account of Pillar 1. So administratively efficient is a very important consideration, or should be a very important consideration in whatever we agree on. And of course, it should be equitable, and perhaps which means that it should be based on sound principles as well. And finally, let me end with the key pillars to any meaningful reform. I've consciously chosen 3 pillars because I think we are all bored of 2 pillars. Now, whatever we ultimately decide, I think these should be the guiding principles for the Global South. The first is that decision making should be equitable and inclusive. Now, I know we like these adjectives a lot, but there's something for us to remember, which is that the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, for example, in its rules of procedure, prescribes that decision making should be through consensus. Now, again, something for us to think about: do we want that? Because as soon as we have something like consensus, we can immediately anticipate any reform agenda being blocked by the OECD or the developed world at large. Again, something for us to think about. Maybe we can have a workaround around consensus, which ensures that just one country or a group of countries do not block the agenda. But honestly, I think if we are talking about truly inclusive decision making, then the question of a simple majority being able to decide for the developed world, it's something that we'll find hard to justify. So again, it's perhaps something for discussion subsequently, and as we go along trying to negotiate the terms of reference of this framework convention. The second issue that we in India, I think, feel fairly strongly about is that while we've always advocated for an intergovernmental process under the UN, we think the UN Tax Committee has a very important role to play. It has the expertise, it has the institutional memory that any intergovernmental body would perhaps not have. And therefore, it's important for us to leverage that expertise and experience, both at the stage of drafting the terms of reference and when it comes to finalizing the framework convention, and subsequently also when we get there to negotiating protocols that would make substantive changes to either bilateral tax treaties or introduce multilateral instruments that could change allocation of tax and rights globally. And finally, I think the one thing that the developing countries and the developed countries seem to agree on, which is capacity building. And that, I think, is an area where the UN the UN has the UNDP especially, I think, has done a fabulous job with the TIWB program. But I think there is a potential for a deeper engagement between the UN and other multilateral tax bodies. I think I'll end there, and I'll be happy to take any questions or participate in further discussions on this topic. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, dear Approve, for that quite elaborate presentation on the issues that you raised. And I would like to sincerely appreciate the way you landed in your presentation with the options that you presented for consideration on the pillars that needs to be part of that process. And at this stage, I don't want to comment because it is, an ongoing discussion. So allow me not to start developing because I had some ideas that were coming when he was presenting. But let me move now to the next presenter, who is Lorenzo. Lorenzo Uribe, as I said earlier, is from the Ministry of Finance of Colombia, and he will speak on behalf of the Platform for Taxation in Latin America and the Caribbean, the PTLAC, which was recently formed. Lorenzo, are you ready?
Yes.
The presentation is set. So the floor is yours, Lorenzo. No, it is not this. It is certainly the other presentation. Yeah, Colombia. Excellent.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here and have the chance to present to you this new platform, the platform for taxation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and how it relates to the recently adopted UN resolution. I know Latin America has been absent for a long time in these discussions, and I think this is the opportunity to take part and show you what we are doing in the region. So during this presentation, I want to do three things. First, I would like to present to you the PTLAC. Second, I would like to tell you where Colombia stands in this discussion. And third, what's the way forward, how we see things for the next year or so. So first, a brief context of the Platform for Taxation in Latin America and the Caribbean. So as some of you know, this platform was launched last July in Cartagena, in the Cartagena Summit, where 14 countries attended at the ministerial level. This platform is currently with the presidency of the Colombian government for a year, so we are going until next July. And the secretariat is with the ECLAC, the Economic Commission of Latin America and the Caribbean. So what are we expecting from this platform? Four things at least. First, we want to exchange best practices in the region in terms of tax. Second, we want to strengthen the country's capacities and expertise, something that has been mentioned here, but the idea, as some of you mentioned, is to strengthen these capacities, but from our own perspective, from the perspective of the Global South. This we feel is very important because, as it's been stressed here, some of the main weaknesses we have during these discussions, at least in the region, is that we don't have the capacities to play an active role. And that also, I think, explains the disappointing outcomes that we've seen in the international sphere. So we hope that through this platform, we can actually improve our capacities and have a more important role to play at the international level. Third, and this is also very important because we've realized that many countries are actually not aware of what's going on. We want to make sure that this platform actually helps countries being informed of what's happening in the region. So we in this room, I think, are very much aware of what's happening, but most countries and most public officials are not. So through this platform, we want to hold webinars. We want to keep countries informed about the recent developments so that they also take informed decisions. And last and probably most important, but also most difficult, we want to try to unify positions in the region. Contrary to Africa, for example, Latin America is a very divided region. It's very hard for us to have a unified voice at the international level. And so we hope that through this platform, we can actually build consensus within the region and so have a stronger say in these discussions. So these are the main objectives of the PTLAC. Now I want to show you the 4 main areas of work that we've prioritized in Cartagena. These are progressive taxation, environmental taxation, digital taxation, and tax benefits. So the idea is that throughout the next year or so, we can work on each of these issues that for the region are a priority. And we also would like to take these issues also at the international level, probably at the UN. So how does this work? I think we have a pretty innovative approach in working with all these issues. So the idea is to have a bottom-up approach where we think that civil society, academia, and the private sector has a key role to play. And the idea is that they give us ideas, they send us the proposals, and it's through these advisory groups from both the private sector and civil society that the work of governments is actually being fed. And that happens at the working group level. And once the working groups composed by countries reach a consensus, the idea is to take this to the higher level, to the ministerial level. So this way, we also hope to make sure that our proposals take into account the say of civil society, of the private sector, and in this sense is more inclusive and more transparent. So this is the PTLAC. I'm happy to talk more about it in more detail if you want, but since the topic of this session was the UN resolution, I now want to move on to tell you a bit more what Colombia thinks about all this discussion and where we stand. So as you know, Colombia is a very interesting country because it plays a very strategic role in all this discussion. It's one of the few countries that is both an OECD member country and also is a Global South country. So we are part of the OECD. We've actually played a key role during the OECD discussions. We are part of a steering committee. And for the past years, we've tried to contribute to these discussions, but we've also, because of that, we've also witnessed all the shortcomings that have been mentioned in depth during these 2 years. On the other hand, we are a member of the G24, G77, and of course of the South Center. So we have these 2 hats that I think has a very important role to play in these discussions. We really want to be a bridge between these 2 worlds and ensure that whatever happens at the UN takes the best of the OECD, but takes also the interests of the South, the Global South into account. We also want to make sure that whatever happens, we correct both the shortcomings in procedures and substance that we've witnessed at the OECD. So, what's our position regarding this tax resolution? Well, and I will start by a conclusion. Colombia actually supported strongly this resolution, and we did it for several reasons that have already been mentioned here in depth and we share completely. First, we think that the UN is the most legitimate place to hold universal and legally binding discussions on tax matters. I think it's not necessary to go further in detail. You've already know why the OECD is not the best place to have these discussions. Not all countries are present, and the way in which they are present is probably not the best way. Second, we think that the way the agenda is set at the UN is better represents the interests of the Global South. That, of course, really depends on how the terms of reference are drafted and how the process goes on, as Abdul mentioned earlier. But in any case, we think we have a better chance to have a say in the agenda setting than at the OECD. Third, and this is very important, and this is also why we strongly support the second option and not the third option. We think that the legally binding aspect of the framework convention is very important. Otherwise, we might end up in a very similar position to where we are now, where we actually depend on other countries to keep working. So the legally binding nature is very important. This was a very strong, there was a very strong discussion about this legally binding nature within the region. And we really believe that if it's not legally binding, then there is no point in taking these discussions at the UN. Third, and this might be a bit controversial, and I would really like to hear your views on this, but I think it's important to mention, here it's been said, and I think it's right, that we need to have developed countries on board. It's very important to have the US and the EU as part of this framework convention, but I think we also have to be open to the idea that this might not happen. And if that doesn't happen, I think it's not the end of the world. We think it's possible to still have something useful at the UN, even if we are not able to have the US on board. The reason is that we believe even without the US, it's important for companies, it's important for countries to have similar rules all over the region, all over the world. As an example, even if the US might not like a specific design for digital taxes, for example, they would probably prefer to have a bad digital tax from their perspective than to have 200 of them. So we still believe that we shouldn't be afraid if at some point the US does not enter these discussions. So this is why, as I mentioned, Colombia strongly supported this resolution, and along with Chile, that is part of the PTLAC, and Brazil, who is also a co-sponsor of the PTLAC, we supported in the region this resolution. So now the third part, the way forward. So as it has been mentioned by Yabu, the next step is to have this working group, and within the working group, we will have a bureau composed of 20 members. Colombia wants to be part of these 20 members. The members will be designated taking into account geographical representation. So as part of Latin America, and given the role we've played during the past 6 months, we believe we should have a role in this bureau. Also, taking into account the objectives of the PTLAC, we want to make sure that throughout these months, we are able to build a consensus within the region and have unified positions during these discussions. This is not going to be easy, but we hope that through the PTLAC, we will be able to work in that direction. We also hope to take to these discussions the 4 issues that at the PTLAC we prioritize that I mentioned. So tax benefits, environmental taxation, progressivity, and digital taxation. Also, I wanted to mention, I think, something that has been already been discussed, but I think is very important to at some point address, and is the extent to which we want these discussions at the UN to be a better version of what's already been discussed at the OECD, in the sense that we deal with the same issues, but hopefully aiming at getting an outcome that is better for our countries, or if at the opposite, we try to focus our work on different issues that haven't been discussed at the OECD. I think that's one of the big decisions that will have to be made in the coming months. Also, as I remember my colleague from Indonesia mentioned yesterday, it's very important, and it's a bit a consequence of what I just mentioned, not to start from zero. I think that's not an option, and whatever we decide, we shouldn't start from scratch, and we should take into account the good work that the OECD has done, at least, for example, as Abdul was mentioning, regarding all the technical work that it's been developed, for example, in terms of tax certainty or the way the tax base is calculated. And last but not least, and I think also the previous speaker mentioned, the terms of reference are crucial. And so even if this is a very important victory for the Global South, the outcome will actually depend on what is included in the terms of reference. And it's not because we are taking the discussion to the UN that it's granted that the outcome will be better than we have already. So it's very important to ensure that during these discussions in the working group, that whatever is included in the terms of reference is different from what we already have at the OECD. So actually, I think what's coming next is much more difficult than we've achieved so far. So to conclude, maybe 4 key messages. Colombia, through the PTLAC, is leading the discussion on international taxation in Latin America, and we want to play a key role in these discussions. We've strongly supported framework convention on tax matters at the UN, and through our participation in the Bureau, we want to keep leading this discussion and keep being a leader at the international level, at the regional level. We also think that we have to take advantage of the work that's been done at the OECD, but we also have to make sure that the procedures at the UN work in our advantage and ensure a better outcome for our countries. And last, we think this is an opportunity to ensure that for the first time, the agreements at the international level on tax matters actually work for the Global South. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear Lorenzo, and I think that you've been extremely precise in terms of what the PTLAC is working on. You presented, the 4 areas that you are, working on to make sure that tax works for development. You also alluded to Colombia's strong support, and this was the positioning of Colombia in terms of the discussion that we are having now at the global level. And you concluded with a way forward and provided some indications of the expectations that are coming from Colombia. So thank you for that, and I think we have taken good note of those excellent points that you raised. And it is in this spirit of inclusivity that we truly think that the solution to what we have at hand now will come. And for the African Union, we are always opened for any kind of interactions, with all our brothers and sisters of the Global South, and even for other regions, to make sure that we are able to build a consensus on what needs to be done forward. Having said this, allow me to first of all remind us that this global tax discussion is not just a technical issue. For us, we don't feel it as a technical, it is not a technical issue. It is, more importantly, a development issue. And why do we say that? When we look at the development perspective today, and when we look at how the discourse of development was crafted since the 1980s, it is absolutely impossible for the Global South to develop if we are not able to make the most of our taxing rights, if we are not able to mobilize, if we are not able to channel them to development, there is nothing that will happen, because we've been expecting, as we were saying, you are sitting at my right. And I said that when we read the Bible, we say that the Son of the Man is sitting at the right of the Father. So sitting there, you can understand that there is a strong feeling for us that there is time to make things change for the better. And when you look at the numbers, and I will stop there because I was told not to develop. When we look at the numbers, when you look at the numbers of countries that were able to support this process, you can see that there is a strong international call for change. There is, even beyond that, a strong international call for development, because when we look at the people that are behind those votes, you can see that it is nearly 80 to 85% of the global population that voted for that, resolution to be passed through the second committee. So let's not be shy, because we have the power of the numbers. And we are now in a position to make things change for the better for our people and for the future of the world. Let me stop there, because he's looking at me saying, but we told him not to develop. We told him not to be partial. So let me stop there and taking into consideration those excellent points that were presented and the three excellent presentations that came from my panelists. Allow me now to turn to one of our senior brother who has been in this industry, fighting for tax justice since some few decades. So, Dereje, what next after the vote on the UN Tax Convention in the UNGA Second Committee? What shall we do? My dear brother, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think for the most of the things I want to raise here are mentioned, but to start with, the pattern of the voting is very important. The resolution was carried by 125 members. And when you do two tables, how did the G20 vote? You will see the G7 and Europe voted against. Some G20 members support. So the non-G7 G20 members voted for it. That is what you'll see. If you take inclusive framework again, for example, 27 African countries are inclusive framework members. The rest are not. 54 African countries voted for the resolution. What does it mean? It was a vote of no confidence on inclusive framework. And then I mentioned this because none of the non-OECD inclusive members said, please don't do this, it is duplication. None. Who is saying this? The UK. Who is saying this? The US, a country which is not going to sign on the agreement. They support the OECD when it is fighting the UN, but when it comes to the work in the OECD, they are the major blockers of the OECD itself. So you see the hypocrisy. Do you see why I said at the beginning, the OECD is not to solve a problem. The OECD is there only to block a solution. That, in terms of working on tax. So that is the point of departure for me. And then the second point of departure is the aggressive nature of the statements done after the resolution was passed. The UK guy said, you gave you 17 million to strengthen your tax authorities. Why do you want to go to the UN? It is just, we are building your capacity, that is all what you need, leave rulemaking to us. That was what the OECD, the UK guy was saying. The US and the European Union were saying, the inclusive framework has made a mistake, have offended some developing countries, but we'll get them back by being more polite. But how can you say to full-fledged members of the UN when they say it is an international cross-border issue, we want to discuss it at the UN, which is created to do that? The OECD is not created to solve global problems. The OECD is created to promote the interest of its members. You are good at technique, okay, but stop claiming to rule the world. Colonialism is over. So that is actually the only message you can take. And there was a lot of care for the OECD interest. The thing is, A, oligarchy cannot be democratized. B, oligarchs are afraid of being equals. Nobody is going to take their rights. They are just being asked to be equals and negotiate an international problem at the UN. Who else who has infringed on their interests? So the issue is this. it is a plea to them to pursue their enlightened self-interest. It's not about compromising. It is to stop dreaming of ruling the world and promote their enlightened self-interest, which cannot be pursued as hegemony, but which can only be pursued as equal among equals. That is the whole purpose of bringing it back to the UN. So now my worry is this, from what I heard today, readiness to compromise, that was the strategy of the Africa group. They were not maximalist. They wanted to compromise. That is why they made the interlude of 1 year of discussing the terms of reference, to bring as many collaborators as possible to this resolution. The mistake we should not do, it was made in the presentation. The original scene of rulemaking and international tax is to say, we don't have it now, let's take over what the OECD has done so far. Amalgaming something which is not created for the same purpose is a big mistake. So now, for example, the OECD has pillar 1, pillar 2, and then all the things we're criticizing up to now. Who forced us to ride on these 2 pillars? Are we forced to say there is residual and routine profit which should be treated separately? Is there any economics law which separates profits in residual and what? Is it not done for some purpose? Why should we not, for example, start from a consolidated global profit and work on apportioning it according to different keys agreed? So my fear is, if we say we start from where they stop, we are coming with their problems into the new solution finding process. I remember in 2015, when we, at that time, were defeated, when the G77 and civil society were asking for a UN tax body. We brought together Pascal Saint-Amand and from the OECD tax at that time, and Joseph Stiglitz, who was at that time championing our cause on international taxation. And what he said was, I really appreciate your attempt to try to fix something that can never be fixed. So this is it. It is not as if the OECD has any legacy to give on our way to finding the solution. So for me, the OECD can do technical contribution. I have no doubt about it. They have the best. But agenda setting, if we just take, for example, my worry is this. If this is taken as a solution for corporate income tax globally, the 2 pillars, and we are going to start from there, we are rue-de-sac. We are going nowhere. If you say corporate income tax is going to be continued by the OECD, let the UN look for itself a niche. You are making a universal body a niche, and you leave it with a niche purpose. So let us not prejudice what the UN tax convention should include. We should say each interest should be represented. The OECD, the Club of the Rich, has a legitimate interest, but there is one thing we should be mindful about this. That is, when it comes to right, it is indivisible. You cannot have 60% right and give only 50% right. Or you take a principle, for example, for me, it's not only fixing tax rates, the UN tax convention should also address such issues. For example, it is the sovereign right of each nation to determine its tax policy. It is also the obligation of each country not to undermine the tax base and tax resource of another country. It is a combination of the two, obligation and duty. If this principle is laid out at the start of the UN tax convention, the road will be easy. Okay, now about norms and principles. Now, my problem again, I will come back to the OECD. We are going to discuss a UN tax convention. If you go to sign the OECD pillars and the apportionment according to the amount A distribution in the MLC, you have ceded your right there and you come to New York, you cede it in Paris and you come to New York to get it back. That is something we should stop. Because signing this MLC under the OECD is ceding taxing right. It is about, you get a fraction of a fraction, that is what is alluded to yesterday. You cede your taxing right by saying, I will not tax the digital economy at all. And then you have given up your right. And then you go to the UN to get your taxing right back. So the two things will not go together. Our call as civil society has been, say no to the tax deal of the rich. So don't sign the OECD MLC. Come and block to New York and promote the UN tax justice. We launched a call, don't sign a blank check. We started the campaign a week ago. As of now, we have 60 Global South organizations who have supported the call, calling upon inclusive members of the South not to sign this and cede your taxing rights, and then come and join us in New York to fight it, to get it back again. So say no to the OECD tax deal, and then let us. So the final word is this really. For me, the most important thing was the unity of the Global South, the unity of the African Union. When we went there in April, when this thing was being discussed, I don't know if it was a rumor set out purposefully. We're being told the Africa group is falling apart. The Africa Union and the Africa group are no more harmonious. That was what I can't, I'm under obligation of respecting confidentiality. I have heard this, and then I was pacified, or I didn't panic because my African brothers were negotiating. Let me forget it. So I was sure. So they kept the African unity, and then they managed to also go into the G77 and enlist the support of the G77 who are not from Africa. Keeping this unity is the primary thing that is necessary now on the way forward. Keeping this unity. The second one is shaping the content of the terms of reference. And that is where we should be very careful with the compromise. There are issues, Abdullah is also referring to this again. There are issues on which you compromise, but there are issues on which you have to be a matter of principle. So shaping the content is one. The budget, I'm not very much worried because it is not an enormous budget. I was told by friends working on that, especially for the formulation of the terms of reference on that. So it can, the budgetary power will not be a blocking thing. The third option is what they will do is they will boycott it. They might not be part of the process. There should be an effort to bring them back to the negotiating table, but that should not be used as a blackmail to split us. That is what they might say now. If you go, actually, when they say that, actually it was a UK guy who said, we work on the principle of unanimity. So that is why we could not vote for this project. That is what he said. But the expose earlier about how the inclusive framework works on unanimity has been disproved. So I don't go back to that. But what I try to say is, if they use this as a means of blackmailing to make us compromise on issues of principle, like saying the OECD has the capacity to do technical things, so let's leave corporate taxation with the OECD and proceed with some niche issues like capacity building, we should not accept. Firm on principle, ready to compromise. And if they boycott, either the majority will cede to them or they will see it after a couple of years. There is no other body except the UN to proceed on this. Join the majority if you want to solve international problems, or sit on your members So finally, don't sign the OECD deal, continue supporting the OECD, the UN tax process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear brother Dereje, and that was excellently presented. You eloquently, paved the way forward in terms of how we should be standing together, and you emphasize on the need for unity. And this has also been the credo of the African Union Commission, to make sure that we are able to build on that common position, moving forward. And, the stories that we hear about the disconnect or the lack of communication between, certain parties when the negotiations are, happening is just a tactic, to fragilize the unity, to make sure that we are able to speak, different voices. You also spoke about the need not to, to say that we are building on the old principles, the new ones. And there is, and I'm inspired today, by the holy words, because there is someone who said that there is nothing new that you can do using, old instruments or old principles. So there is need for us to be extremely ambitious because we are at a time when we are certainly seeing a power shift in terms of the positioning of the Global South as a rule maker or a rule-making sphere compared to the rule-taking principles that we have inherited since some few decades now. So there is need for us to be conscious of the opportunity that we have at hand and to make sure that we are able to capitalize on those possibilities, but most importantly, to seize the opportunity that is looming ahead. Allow me now, Mr. Chair, if, I don't know, we can open the floor for a round of discussion. Excellent. So the floor is declared opened. If there is anyone who would like to comment or to ask a specific question to panelists, the floor is given to who would like to take it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, so I have a couple of questions. First, Mr. Tiwari actually said something really interesting. I didn't actually see it that way. How the fact that the vote led to the outcome that TOR has to be decided, drafted first for there to be a framework convention. So it's not a discussion about a framework convention immediately. And I was just wondering, it was presented as a potential issue that will or might slow down the entire process. But as you were all talking, it also brought to my mind the idea that this may actually be a really important opportunity through the TOR to really, in advance, spend enough time to strengthen, to really develop strong foundations for this framework convention, because the most important weaknesses of the OECD process and everything that is wrong with it lies in those procedures and processes. And also the elements that were discussed earlier around the other conventions that we can take as examples. There's some things there that could be taken as inspiration, but that could also be improved on. When you look at the Convention on Climate Change right now, with the discussions around the loss and damage, like the entire conversation around the lack of acknowledgement for shared or for common but differentiated responsibilities, like all of these things that we can already see that are weaknesses of other conventions and then also the OECD process, are things that we can already think about addressing somehow in the TOR by starting with something really strong. And I just wanted to have, put this to the different panelists and ask your thoughts on this. Like, do you see the TOR as potentially actually the core, a core discussion that may or may not, I mean, that may strengthen or weaken everything that comes after? And it's not necessarily a delay, but actually a critical opportunity to actually make something strong. So I just wanted to put that to you and have your thoughts. And then just a very practical, concrete question to Lorenzo on the PTLAG. How do I put this delicately? I was just wondering, right now you said that Colombia is currently taking the leadership of the PTLAG, Secretariat is ECLAC, and that there was strong support from Brazil, Chile. There's a lot going on in those countries. They did not take the same strong leadership role that Colombia did. I was just wondering, do you see that the vote and potentially, I mean, all of the conversations that will take place after will actually strengthen that collaboration on international tax cooperation just between these three, for starters? Like, could it potentially strengthen Chile's engagement and Brazil's engagement? Because there's a lot to happen. I mean, Chile had a lot going on domestically around tax reforms that made it change its views sometimes and its engagement. And Brazil has a lot of other priorities. I just wanted to have your thoughts. Could the vote and the Global South unity in particular bring them on board and strengthen that commitment? One. Two, how do you see other Latin American countries potentially undermining or coming on board or even strengthening the process? Because you have different things happening. You have the Caribbean countries that are small countries, but UN numbers matter, that are becoming increasingly more aware and wanting to support. But then there's also things happening in other countries. You know, you have Mexico, you have Argentina, you have Peru. Like, where do you see PTLAC going immediately? What's happening? Be great to have your thoughts on that. Thank you. Sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you very much. Excellent questions. Yes, we start here and then we come to you. Mohammed.
Thank you, Chair. There's some brilliant presentations today. My, first compliment to Dr. Alamiyahu's intervention, and my question is also directed to him. Doctor, you made some very important allusion to the, OECD frameworks being in the field, and then Global South, coming late, and then adopting those frameworks and using them as boilerplate text, tinkering them here and there, and then assuming it as their own legal infrastructure and adopting it. This has been happening, like you yourself mentioned, at least since the 1960s and 70s, when the UN actually actively started its role in international tax affairs. My worry is that we would consciously or unconsciously fall into that trap again. May I suggest you, as the leader of civil society and the South Center, that you create a shadow group of tax justice champions, some legal experts, and you start developing your own TORs before the intergovernmental body actually develops them. You assume the lead role, you bring in the critical elements which might not surface in those conference rooms, and those might not see the light of the day there in those intergovernmental discussions. We should not forget that intergovernmental discussions are undertaken by diplomats and not necessarily tax experts. Many a times, many diplomats, permanent representatives, do not at times even seek inputs from the relevant tax administrations. That's my serious worry. So I would suggest that 3-4 critical elements. One, there should be a very strong international tax organization like World Customs Organization. Why can't we have that? Why it's being blocked for the past 70 odd years? That should be there as the regulator of international tax affairs and the owner of international tax rules, which should be developed there. Then convention should itself be so strong that we can harness the multinational enterprises. Then you yourself alluded to, and I was very happy to know that there is already a buy-in at the international level, and that is the way to move forward from here is unitary taxation, formulary apportionment. And that is the best thing that can happen to international tax regime. One MNC being taxed once and only once, and no disputes taking place anywhere. If there are disputes taking place, then there should be, inseminated right in the multilateral convention that there would be an international tax code where developing countries should be able to take their disputes. So do taxpayers. So these are 4 or 5 elements which we can run side by side while intergovernmental process does take place. We show them the light that, look, this is the way to go. And you being here, South Center, very closely associated with the UN framework, you keep feeding them. Look, this is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Muammar. I think the question was, let me take the question. I was just saying the question is dedicated to you, so you will respond to that. Now, let me move forward. Yes, you have the floor, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for all the panelists for the excellent presentations. I have 2 questions to all the panelists. The first one, I would like to understand better the potential interaction between the new framework that will be developed under the UN committee versus the ongoing project, Pillar 1, that are already ongoing under the OECD's initiative. Maybe each panelist can explain from the perspective, maybe Ms. Iabo from the perspective of G24 and each panelist from the perspective of each jurisdictions. How do you deal with the potential interaction? Because the establishment of this new framework under UN does not automatically terminate the process that we have with the Pillar 1's project. It does not automatically stop all this discussion. And under Pillar 1, we still have several ongoing discussion. We still have discussion regarding the model rules for Amount A. We still have discussion for finalization of Amount B. We still have discussion, pending discussion for the development of the tax certainty framework. And what I understand is that each jurisdiction that are present in this room still have their delegates posted into each of this discussion. So if we are to initiate or start discussion to establish this new framework under the UN, how do you anticipate the potential duplication of these works? And my second question, I think this is specifically to panelist from India. I hope he can still hear us. This is relevant to the issue that I addressed yesterday in my presentation, because both Indonesia and India held presidency of G20. And one of the points that we declare under the declaration, the G20 leaders declaration, both from Indonesia's presidency and India's presidency, is that the commitment of G20 leaders to finalization and swift implementation of both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. So I asked to panelists from India, how do you deal with the moral consequence of these political statements that we declare in this G20 leaders declaration, which I think is inconsistent with what we are trying to establish with this forum. So how do you deal with this moral consequence, if any? Because from our perspective, Indonesia, we do have this slight moral consequence to leading the finalization of this G20 Bali Leaders Declaration in 2021. So yes, those are my questions to the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Yes, I see a request for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for all the panelists for the excellent presentations. I have a question or commentary about the position in the case of Latin American countries. And also because the case of the OECD, the position in the Latin American countries are very powerful, I think so, in most of some countries. And also, and my question, it will be also for Lorenzo, and it's referred also on how the regional platform, Latin American platform, could be try to achieve a kind of specific agreement of the different positions, given also that most of the signatories, almost in the case of the 8 countries, I think so are signing of the platform, the subscription, and 2 of them are OECD countries. 2 more, I think, have a MOU with the to be OECD countries, and other countries are in the process also to be OECD countries. And I was trying to reflect on how we can try to create and what do you think will be, Lorenzo, it will be the way to try to establish a common position on how to try to move, for example, the agreement to work on the UN Tax Convention in the future in the platform, and also just because we are expecting it to be I don't know how to say in English, but no, what we can expect of that, and also how do you think we will create this kind of bridge also, and how we can take you said we can take take the best of the OECD and to try to mobilize these efforts in UNN. Also, what do you think what do you think will be this the best of the OECD for Latin America that you could take for mobilizing the OECD, or the position also in the platform maybe will be that try to mobilize in that sense to try to know stop the process that OECD have in the region. How's the political situation in Latin America? How do you see that, and what will be the main limitations that we have as a country to establish a common position in this process?
Thank you so much. I think this concludes the round of, let's say, the first round of questions. Now let me turn to the panelists, and I would like to start online because there were specific questions that were addressed to our colleague online. Can we join him? Mr. Tiwari, are you with us? Mr. Tiwari.
Hi, am I audible?
Excellent. You were posed certain questions, so we would like you to react to those. I think there are two, and you
Yes.
can elaborate also on the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Those are some very insightful questions. Let me begin with the first question on the terms of reference and whether that potentially presents us with an opportunity. I think it's an interesting way to look at it, but honestly, the way I see negotiations happening, I think the terms of reference essentially introduce another layer of negotiations. I don't see it as necessarily as something that we intended to begin with, because like I said, even during my presentation, the framework convention in itself is actually a kind of a terms of reference, right? Because if you look at the framework convention, it lays down certain objectives, certain very broad set of principles, as opposed to what the Secretary General prescribed in option 1 of his report, which is to actually talk about the nuts and bolts of international taxation. So when the framework convention itself is talking about a very broad set of objectives, then to have a preceding layer with terms of reference for that framework convention, honestly, I don't think that the terms of reference would do something that the framework convention by itself could not have done. I think it's just a way to buy time. Honestly, this is my reading. Given that perhaps the OECD countries want to give the two-pillar solution a chance to succeed over the coming year, because the terms of reference have to be presented in the 79 session, which starts in September next year. So I think we could be optimistic and look at it as an opportunity, but that I don't think was the idea behind introducing the terms of reference. The idea was to simply buy time. So that is my take on that question. Then I think there was another question on the G20 presidency from my Indonesian colleague. It's a pretty loaded, difficult question, but I think my only response to that, based on my experience, is that I think both, and perhaps this applies to Indonesia as well, which is that when we make a political commitment, I think the idea is to engage in good faith. So as G20 president, India's idea is that given that we are a part of the inclusive framework, we will negotiate in good faith, which is something that we continue to do. Our positions are very clear, but we will never do something that is against A, the interests of India, and B, the larger interests of the developing world. So it is in that spirit that we have consistently advocated for an intergovernmental committee. And it is in that spirit that we voted in favor of the resolution tabled by Nigeria and subsequently modified by the facilitator, that was Egypt. So I don't necessarily see a moral contradiction. I understand where this question is coming from, but honestly, as long as you are negotiating in good faith, there is really no harm in putting your position before both forums. Because while we are a member of the inclusive framework, we are also members of the UN, and we believe that the UN truly is the most representative body. So to at least indicate that we want to give the UN a bigger role in international tax cooperation, I think is there's really no moral contradiction there. That's what I think. And was there any other question?
Yes, I think we can maybe, because we spoke about the terms of reference, and you excellently elaborated on that, and then you also give some clarifications in terms of the positioning of India. I think we can go with that, and also give the opportunity to other panelists to also share their thoughts about what was asked as questions. And in this regard, I would like to turn to my dear sister, Mrs. Yabo Masha, who is director of the G24. What are your thoughts about the questions that were specifically asked? But I do think that there is one that was, targeting your actions also. So you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the questions. Regarding the one on the TOR, I think there was a very specific question asking whether it will strengthen or weaken the, I will say the journey towards a framework convention. I think it could do both. Yes, initially the thinking was that, okay, they started off with as more of the next step being the framework convention, but they eventually ended passing a resolution that gave this intermediary gap of terms of reference. Now, my own personal thinking is that the group that voted for the UK resolution, if you look at the UK resolution, all that will be required relative to the resolution that passed was to take out the word convention from that resolution. And once you take it out, then it's just a kind of code of conduct. It's not really legally binding. So my thinking is that the 55 countries that voted that way will still want to pursue something along that line. And that's the way they're going to approach the terms of reference committee. And the constituency that voted for a framework convention will want to see it realized and will be maybe willing to be more accommodative in the hope that at least they can get to a framework convention. I still believe that a relatively weak framework convention is better than, the OECD framework. So depending on what kind of compromise they are willing to make, it might still be worth it to have a framework convention. Thank you. That's that question, or I should answer the other question. I think the other question is what would be something like what would be the interaction between the existing framework and the new framework if it were to materialize. The resolution made explicit reference to the need to take into consideration existing frameworks and protocol. And that's not just OECD, that's also the UN Tax Committee. I think there's some platforms that are within the ambit of the World Bank, IMF, all the global institutions that are specifically on tax. The resolution did recognize the need to not reinvent the wheel, as you put it yesterday. Now, how it will happen is something different. For example, if the OECD, if there is a plan to now bring the OECD framework into a UN convention, it has to be negotiated. It will be the conference of parties will have to agree. So that's what I see happening. It's not just going to be adopted just because it was pre-existing. It has to be tabled before the conference of parties for some kind of negotiation and adoption. And that is when changes can be made in a way that we will find desirable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was loud and clear. Let me turn now to Lorenzo. Lorenzo, you had specific questions that were, targeting your intervention. And also there are, the other questions that we're asking in terms of what value shall we give to the terms of reference and, the processes that are going to lead us forward. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So regarding the questions on the PTLAC and the internal coordination within the region, I think definitely this is the most important challenge that we are facing, and I think it's our priority. So first, a note of optimism. You mentioned Chile and Brazil that are co-sponsors of the PTLAC. I think both are strongly committed at the highest level with this resolution, and this gives a lot of strength. So we hope that one of them will be the next president of the platform, and whichever it is, I think we'll continue with this work. Brazil has an advantage and also disadvantage, and it is that it is the president of the G20. So that's, of course, it's an advantage because they can take this issue to the highest level at the global level, but it's also a disadvantage because they might have other issues they want to focus on. But in any case, Brazil strongly supported this resolution and in general has been very active within the platform. Chile, on the other hand, has also been very active. We have a commitment from the president of Chile to work on these issues, and both have voted positively this resolution. So in these two specific cases, I think they are key allies, and with them, can continue working on this. Regarding the Caribbeans, I think we've had also very good allies there. We have, for example, Barbados, who is very active. A delegate came 2-3 weeks ago to Bogota, and they've been very supportive. They also voted positively this resolution. So I think in the Caribbean we have also strong allies. We also have Dominican Republic, we have Haiti. So there also I think we can be optimistic. What we are doing, because indeed it's a challenge, what we are doing to encourage other countries to join and other countries to be more active is to have bilateral meetings with them. So we are trying to shift the strategy to have like one by one meetings with higher authorities to tell them how important this issue is, because actually I don't think we have countries that are skeptical or might not be allies. What we have are countries that don't have this issue in their radar. So they might be interested. It's just that we need to have the attention of their higher authorities, which I think is our priority for the next weeks and months. Regarding the role of the OECD and how Latin America fits in this discussion, I mean, this is maybe the most important thing, and the first thing I want to say is, as Colombia and probably the PTLAC will only support issues that are supported by the Global South. So in the case of, for example, the work that's been done at the OECD, we will only support the work of the OECD if and only if it's the result of a broad consensus among the Global South, and if, as a result of the new procedures, the rules of the UN, we decide as a region, as the Global South, to support whatever has been done at the OECD, we will support it. But we are not interested in leading or taking OECD outputs that don't have a consensus among the Global South countries. We just want to make sure that we get the best result, and if to get the best result we can take something from the OECD, that's fine with us, but we won't push for that if it's not in the interest of the Global South countries. In any case, as you know, this is a very technical work, and we'll have to look at each detail of all these agreements or that are at the OECD to see which ones work and which ones don't work based on the new rules that will be discussed at the UN.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. And I think that was also clear in terms of the positioning of Latin American countries and mainly Colombia in this global discussion. Allow me now to turn to my brother Dereje. Dereje, you've been listening to the questions, and I do think that you took good note of those questions. What is your take about the issues that were raised?
Okay, to start with Mariam's question, I think the issue was clear for me. It is a terms of reference for option 2. That is how I understood it. That is also how the case, as also referred to earlier. The rejection of the UK amendment was precisely to do that. So the issue is not now whether it will be now a renegotiation of option 3 or option 3. That is not the case. But will it be? There will be sabotage, blockage, under what attempt to? And that is to be expected. That was the declaration of war, as I said also earlier. So, but in terms of objectives and how it is formulated, it is clearly a terms of reference for option 2. Because the first suggestion of the Africa group was also option 1, and option 2 was referred to as a compromise project for that. The second question about what to do with the OECD. The first thing is in the East Bloc. Then they used to call there was a joke. Because the elections are rigged, they used to say, so it makes no point voting by the hand, it is better to vote by foot. So for inclusive framework members, it is not about trying to get a majority there or what, it is just really walking away from it. It is not a binding institution. You are, in fact, the best phrase from Thomas, Pascal Saint-Amand was, we don't force countries to be members. They come to us voluntarily. So, okay. Then that is, you vote by foot, and there is no reason for that. But the other thing is, honestly, if you tell me the formula OECD has developed to apportion the fraction of fraction is a good thing. If it works for the 100%, I have nothing against. But my objection is for them to skeleton parties to be shared. That is my biggest objection. It's not against the formula, but that it is made to apply to a fraction of a fraction instead of to a consolidated global profit of multinationals. So that is the difference between the political role of OECD and the technical role of OECD. Let me give you another example. When they decided the minimum, the 15% minimum taxation, we have been calling for this as to stop race to the bottom tax competition. It was one of our demands. How did they arrive at 15? Even Biden suggested 21. We were a civil society demanding 25. 15 is close to who? Secrecy jurisdictions. 12%, 12.5%. So they came closer to them to appease them. And then the second one, it was very important, very interesting. They brought it from 21 to 15. They were not happy with that. They came with their DMTT, which has forced us to call it the OECD minimum tax is a reward program for secrecy jurisdictions. You know who loves it? Switzerland. They are going to introduce it before anybody else because the pecking order it has introduced will leave developing countries with top-up tax on 0% because the profits have already been shifted before you try to do the top-up. Look at why, and then they call them something else now. They are not tax havens, they are investment hubs. So this is the game they are playing. So now, this is a political instrument of keeping their house in order. I want it to be disrupted. In that sense, it is not about the formula they develop, it is the political role they play. I'm opposed to. So if there is any, So the final thing is really this. We feel as if we are compelled to think in the framework, in the agenda OECD has already said. It is not cast in stone. There is no universal law which says you approach global tax reform through Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. It is invented under a certain negotiation process through a certain governance structure. It is not something that should be accepted. So it is, for me, it is a new beginning. The whole struggle has been to bring rulemaking and standard setting back to the UN where it belongs, and to force the OECD to be the club of the rich. If they are the club of the rich without trying to be the leader of the poor, I have no problem with it. So let us bring them down to their size, let them negotiate as an interest group for a legitimate and enlightened interest, but let us also consider the UN venue as a new start to come to a new solution. For that, vote with your feet at the OECD and vote with your hands at the UN.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, microphone. Thank you for that response. But I'm still in need of understanding, you know, your response. Maybe I missed it. You know, I was maybe because there is a question, not even a question, but a suggestion that came from Muhammad, who was saying that there is need for us, or there is need for you to think about a parallel process that can be set up to make sure that we are able to continuously, you know, spearheading the process. And he alluded to a shadow group of champions, if I can cite him that way. What is your take about it? Because I think it is also, you know, just giving us perspectives in terms of how we approach these issues. The floor is yours.
So, sorry, I had a brief reply to that. I was looking at my notes and overlooked it. Actually, the Global Alliance, together with the Eurodad, we had a discussion paper circulating on UN tax convention before all these things started, in which the different modalities were elaborated. And by making reference to the, you know, in these things, there is a biased observation about the OECD being the only expert in town and the others have with no experience. But in terms of convention development, the UN has more experience and more track record than anybody else. So based on that, we have developed this. So in that document, there is already what are the principles which should be pillars of a UN tax convention. These principles should be reproduced also in the terms of reference. So we are preparing to influence the content of the TOR, but we did not have it planned as drafting something. That is something I will share with my colleagues. But the principle, I tried to give it as an example. One of the principles, for example, respect of the sovereignty of tax policy making at the domestic level, combined with the obligation of not undermining the tax base of another country. That is, for example, one of the principles around which the TOR should also operate. So it is something that we have really to the misunderstanding that already started now about is a TOR now another thing, or it is a TOR for something already agreed upon. This itself is alarming. So it is really a good homework for us as civil society. We had already the day it was won a majority. We have committed ourselves to fight for the content. So that is part of it, and how in which form we are going to make it, we'll then discuss it and then share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we still have any requests for the floor? You would like to? Yes.
Well, Dr. Patrick, when I look at you with a lot of admiration. Yeah, because I admire you for your technical knowledge, and it was not meant in any way to nudge the process of the panel discussion. It was an excellent moderation. There is a question from Mr. Abdul in the chat, so if you can permit me to take up that question. Yeah. We see an emerging alliance between Africa and Latin American countries at the UN discussions. Can the speakers talk about this new global South bloc?
Thank you very much. I think that is an excellent question. Lorenzo, you are at the center of the reviving process of the South-South cooperation between Africa and Latin America. And I do say that because a few months back, you are one of the persons that contacted the African Union Commission to re-engage the discussion on these global tax issues and even beyond. So can you just give us some perspective to respond to the question that is asked in terms of what we need to do and how we are strengthening our collaboration? Lorenzo.
Of course, I think this was one of our priorities when we created the PTLAC. We soon realized how important Africa was in this discussion. And as you mentioned, one of the first steps we took was to find contacts in Africa that could help us first learn how to best unite our countries and learn from your experience working on these issues. And second, send you a message and show you how you could count on us on this strategy and this struggle for tax justice. So this is indeed a priority for us. I think the Global South and the South Center in particular has a big role to play, ensuring that both regions talk to each other. And how we are doing it? Well, as you know, we've been inviting you to different events we've organized. For example, with the South Center webinars on this tax resolution. We also invited you to the Cartagena Summit. We've participated in the last event in Accra. One of my colleagues was there last week. And we really hope that in the coming months, we can continue working on these joint events, ensuring that your expertise comes to our continent and that you can also know more about our interests and our positions on this issue. I think we share a lot of things and I think our interests are very much aligned. I think you mentioned earlier in a private discussion we were having or with your introduction how we need to make our numbers count. I think if you add Africa plus Latin America, we are a lot of countries, and this is something that we should take advantage of. So this is indeed a priority for us, and we are very much aware of that. And you can count on Latin America as a big ally for this cause.
Thank you very much. G24, my sister, he just spoke about our stronger and deeper collaboration between Africa and Latin America. I don't want to take the floor at this stage because I know how the discussion may turn if I start now. So allow me to give you the floor and then we will see how to understand it. I will also come to you, my brother, just to give us some perspective because we need to make sure that we are able to strengthen the collaboration between our regions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did indicate that we have a tax working group, a G24 tax working group, which is made up of members from the Ministries of Finance, Tax Policy, and Tax Administration Division of member states. And in that working group, that's where we've advanced a lot of our work. All the positions we've taken on the OECD inclusive framework and on the UN tax initiatives. We work closely with the regional organizations. We were at Cartagena to launch the PTLAC earlier this year. And we've had some discussions with the ATAF, Africa Tax Foundation. I did meet the West Africa ATAF at this event, and we would also be collaborating with them on future issues. We see ourselves getting very involved in this TOR stage, and that's something we've been discussing with our contacts at the UN, and we will then not just respond to official requests for inputs, but also be able to get involved even unofficially.
Thank you very much. My brother, that question was about the collaboration between Africa and Latin America, how we see the opportunities that are looming ahead. Can you elaborate on your perspective in that direction? Thank you.
Actually, we are set as an alliance to be at the forefront of South-South collaboration and a supporter of the G77 in this UN process. For the first time, it is not the civil society were not leaders in this issue since 2015. We were following the call of the G77, which started with the demand for UN tax body. And before it became a civil society call, it has been a G77 call. Usually it is the reverse. Civil society claims to be lead, but now we are being led and happily led. So in the Global Alliance has one of the commitments to first mobilize Southern civil society to support the G77 and then bring this to our global coalition so that those from the North who are with us don't leave the South to us and focus their attention on the blockers, to deblock the blockers. That is their solidarity to the South is not by coming and trying to invade our advocacy space. It is by challenging their own blockers in their own policy and advocacy space. So the division of labor is for our partners and allies in the North to actually present. If the OECD blocks the UN process, it is not in the interest of its member states. It is in the interest of its multinationals. That should be said also in London. That should be said also in Warsaw and in Berlin and in the rest. It is not in the interest of them. Because if you look at the volume, actually, it is the rich countries which are losing more in terms of volume. Relatively, it is less. But so, in America, it is a very common thing to say and get accepted. What is good for General Motors is good for America. It is wrong. What is good for General Motors is good for the MNC. Not for the poor, not the working people in America as well. So we have to make this distinction. Blocking a UN process is supporting tax dodging, supporting the interest of the notorious tax havens in the world like Switzerland. It is their interest which is being promoted if you block this process. It is the interest of the city of London, not the poor of the London. It is the interest of Cayman Islands. When you look at there is an example, Aloyski. Why is it, for example, the British Virgin Islands? There are 36,000 inhabitants. And there are 36 times more companies registered than the inhabitants. This is the structure the OECD is trying to defend. That is the structure where the OECD wants to limit to a reform of 10% of 10% instead of going at the biggest robbers and then dismantling their structure through which they are shifting profits and facilitating illicit financial flows. So we have to organize this, mobilize and bring the solidarity of the South together, but our northern allies and members should also help us fight the northern blockers. So that is my message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I don't know. There is no request for the floor for now. Oh, there is. Yes.
Just one very quick question. So very strong regional blocks in Latin America, Africa, becoming only stronger. It was referenced earlier in the conversations that there's a counterpart missing in Asia. Just a question, probably mostly to Dereje, but welcome anyone to come in as well. How, I mean, is that a weakness going forward, or is there a need for a regional body in Asia? If so, do you see anything happening on that front, or do you think that there's sufficient global South institutions that can just unify the different regions, even if it's through individual countries, to really push ahead with this process? Because I mean, hearing African Union, hearing PTLAC, it seems that it does make a difference, right? So how important is it to have that regional body? Do we really need it to move forward, to have a counterpart in Asia? Is there anything happening? Happy to also just hear perspectives from the other participants here, not only the panelists. And yeah, just thank you.
Thank you very much. You start first.
No, in my case, in terms of civil society, we are well represented and we have a regional network, and the participation of many of our Asian colleagues has been blocked by the visa policy of the Schengen or whatever it's called. On the other hand, Asia, for us really to have a counterpart in Asia, a counterpart of actually during the UN negotiations, the mouthpiece of the blockers were South Korea and Japan. So actually, I don't know if they don't care about having good diplomatic relationship with Asia and with Africa, but they were sent to the front to do the dirty job of barking on Africans. So for us, it would be really, if the African Union can get a counterpart, if ECLAC can get, like the work facilitated between the collaboration between ECLAC and UNECA, if that will help us. But the structural problems in Asia, perhaps our friends in here can say. In terms of civil society, we are fine, but
Yeah, so that's civil society, right? We're talking high level,
Yeah.
The regional body to bring in the governments and the officials.
What I will add is that for us, being an intergovernmental organization, we do work with our members in Asia. So that's the channel through which we do advocacy and other engagements. But I think I recall that yesterday you did mention something about tax cooperation organization in Asia. I don't know, maybe I'm mixing things up, but I seem to recall that. Thank you.
Thank you. Lorenzo, a reaction or no? Okay.
There is already civil society processes in Asia, which is known as TAFIA, Tax and Physical Justice Asia. It has been meeting regularly. We just had a 2 days conference in Manila with Dirje also was there. And that brings together the many civil society organizations of Asia together. And we are part of TAFJA. We are part of GAJA, and the global alliance. And that's how we can build the network. And I was really happy to see South Center and GAJA coming together, bringing together all the different experts and also the civil society activist, which has really clarified many ideas.
And it is it was absolutely necessary these last 2 days. The timely intervention of this 2 days event has really made ourselves more aware how we have to build, as our Colombian friend Lorenzo said, we have to build the civil society organizations as counterpart to bring forward our own views, and that has been manifested by the contribution of many of my colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we still have our colleague Tiwari online? Tiwari?
Yes, I am around.
Thank you. If you are still connected, so can you also share your thought? Because I think there were a couple of issues that were raised. So what can you say about the last set of interventions that you heard? The floor is yours.
I'm sorry, I was away for maybe 10 minutes or so. If you could just perhaps bring me up to speed on.
Sorry, we didn't get you well.
I was saying that I was away from my system for about 10 minutes or so. So I didn't catch the last part.
Okay. So we were just looking at how we can make sure that we are able to strengthen our collaborative efforts to secure the momentum that we had last week, because this is mainly what we were trying to discuss. So I don't know if you have your final thought about what we can do, to make sure that we safeguard the momentum that we saw last week, and that we are able also to deliver, on the high expectations that are put, before us. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I think that's a very important question, and I think the fact that we've seen this resolution passed in last week is testament to the fact that there was sufficient coordination between different continents in the global south, especially Asia, Africa, and Latin America. I think from my experience, the thing that we perhaps need, especially for the UN resolution and tax cooperation under the UN, I think the thing that we need to do, and which the Africa group really took it upon themselves to do for the global south at large, is to coordinate with our respective permanent missions at the UN. I think that is something that we've perhaps not done as well as we could have. I've heard that from a lot of our colleagues, not just in Asia, but even in Africa and Latin America. So because the way that we see these things evolving, and now we're looking at the terms of reference that need to be finalized by September. And this is something that we see evolving practically on a day-to-day basis, where you have one draft on a particular day, and then a couple of days later you have another draft that is presented by another facilitator, and then you have a compromise proposal that is presented by another country. So while we need to be coordinating between ourselves as tax administrations, I think the tax administrations also need to be speaking to their permanent missions at the UN regularly. And only then can we ensure that whatever we come up with is something that the global south agrees on as a bloc.
Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead.
No, that was all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I do think that there is no further intervention. So, yes.
Yeah, another question on Zoom chat. It's an anonymous question. It goes on to say, in addition to ETAF, how can regional economic communities from Africa like EAC and SADC participate in this process?
Yes. Thank you. I think that is quite an important question. And can I just respond, because I am not panelist. I was said to remain quiet, but unfortunately, I think there is need for us to bring some clarifications on what we do. The African Union Commission and the African Union are is the, the umbrella into which all our efforts are, directed. I don't want to recall the powerful convening power of the African Union or even elaborate, on its political mandate. But what you so recently achieved, and I would like to thank Dereje because he pointed out the fact that there were some, messages about some, divergent views between, the African group and Addis Ababa. But let me tell you that we are working closely together and that our collaboration has never been stronger than now, because our actions are aiming to support, the excellent work that is deployed by our diplomats in New York, who are able to follow that process duly, and also to create the framework that was needed in terms of bringing together the Global South to support this process that is essential, as I said, for our countries. Beyond the technicalities and beyond, all the discussions that we can have, the reform of the international tax system is a reform that is essential, as I mentioned, for the development of our countries. And this is one of the principles that needs to be encapsulated, in the terms of reference, and it was also highlighted in the document that was tabled last week. As I said, when you look at the proportion of people that are involved in terms of representativity during that vote, you can see that it is one of the most important portion of the world. Africa only represents a population of nearly 1.4 billion people today. And our expectations are that in the next 2 decades, the continent will be home to 2.7 billion people, which will be the population combined of India and China. When we still look at the statistics, you will see that Africa, is the youngest continent in the world. And that youthful population is an asset that can also drive transformative processes within the continent. If you do add to those figures the population of China, the population of India, the population of Latin America, you will see that we are, reaching the numbers that I just expressed, which represents a proportion of approximately 85% of the global population. So why shall we be shy to present our position when it comes to the reform of the global tax system? It is important at this moment because in another discussions, we are having the discussion that is aiming at reforming the global financial architecture. And you can see that there is a link between the two reforms which needs to be reinforced. And in that regard, I do call upon all the delegations and all the countries that voted for this resolution to make sure that we are able to secure the momentum and to continue pushing for it to be, passed through the different processes. I say this because we have to be able to have the same understanding, one, of the priorities that we are defending, and two, of the processes in which we are going to be implicated. You heard when we had the discussion about the terms of reference, some delegations think that the terms of reference are not essential. Those will think that they are essential. Some will say there are, we need to remain firm in what we are doing. At all the steps, we have to make sure that we are able to safeguard the processes and to make sure that the processes speaks to what we wanted to dismantle. Because we are aiming to dismantle an unfair system. So if we are aiming to do so, there is need for us to build on stronger positions that are clear enough to allow us to have negotiating power a negotiating power that will, lead us to certainly reach, certain agreements, but to make sure that we are remaining concentrating on the efforts that needs to be deployed. And in this regard, we have to make sure that when the terms of reference are drafted, that we fully participate, that we fully support the process, and that we fully make sure that all the principles that are going to be encapsulated in that document are fully aligned with the priorities that we are trying to defend. This is critical because if we miss the opportunity of working together and securing the commitment at that level, it will be certainly impossible for us to reverse it, and we'll have an agreement that will be certainly even worse than what we are trying to navigate out now. So if you look at those processes, it calls for concentration, it calls for collaboration, it calls for coordination, in terms of our priorities and how we unite together to work towards the objective that we have set ourselves. And nobody has forced us to work on this. We have tasked ourselves to make sure that we build a better world for this generation and maybe for the next that are coming after us. Will we use this opportunity today because we are having, little misunderstanding about the importance of one process or the other one? All the processes, all the steps are essential. We have to remain vigilant at all the steps to make sure that we are able to secure and safeguard the process that we have started. Now, in terms of collaboration between, all the Global South, stakeholders, with Latin America, the collaboration is not new. We have a collaboration, which is a collaboration that is even rooted in history, because there is one president, what was his name again? The president of, was it Bolivia or? He said something. Sorry? Yeah. No. Yeah, certain, maybe. No. I was saying somebody else. He said something that was, surprising. He said, at the end, when we look at all of us, we are all coming from Africa. And he said it in a meeting where, we had that intercontinental discussion on the relationship between Africa and Latin America. And this is true because if you look at the root of the history, you will see that our relationships are not new. They are built on history and they are even sealed by blood. So for us, it is natural that we are having this conversation with Latin America and that we are trying to deepen our collaboration with that economic zone, which we consider as a sister region with strong ties, which are on economic issues, on diplomatic issues, and also on political issues. So there is need for us to remain really committed to make sure that things work better. India, you will recall that the announcement of the African Union becoming a full member of the G20 was secured in India. And we would like to seize the opportunity to thank the Indian leadership in terms of pushing for that to happen, because it was absolutely unacceptable that a clear, important proportion of the population of the world was excluded from global discussions that are leading to shaping the future of the world. So for us, it is an opportunity to thank all those countries and all those regions, and to call upon all the stakeholders, including the civil society, academia, and all the other instances, to make sure that in our lifetime, we are able to secure and to achieve this structural change that will certainly pave the way to, a different world. When I was entering this building, I saw something that just amazed me, because I was just working and I saw something that I want to read to you. It is written out here, Space Route Dreyfus. It is in French, but I will read in English. So it is said that the strength of all societies is measured by the well-being of the most vulnerable of its members. So what is the strength of our society today if we are failing to have this tax deal that will unlock the potential of our countries? If you read the Monterrey Agreement, if you read the Addis Ababa action agenda, you will see that it is written there that developing countries are going to navigate the difficulties they are faced with stronger tax systems, with improved tax collection, and with domestic resources. There is no angel that will ever come. There will never be a Marshall Plan that will save our countries and our continents. The only thing we have to do is to make sure that we remain united, committed, and to make sure that we strengthen this commitment. No matter how difficult the situation will be, because we will face difficulties, we have to make sure that we accept to navigate the difficulties, but to shape a world that will be different from what we have today. We are talking about digitalization, and we spoke about it extensively here. But what we are forgetting to say is that the parts of the world that have seen an extremely exponential increase in digitalization are the global South countries. So why are we shy to enter into deals that will allow us to secure the resource that we may also get from the digital economy? I didn't say that taxing the digital economy is something simple. It is certainly another complex, issue, but the complexity of it will be reduced if we are able to continuously engaging in this discussion and to highlight the fact that we represent 85% of the portion of the population of the world and that the market is on our side. There is no one, there is no country, even powerful as it can be, that will come and make us, cede our taxing rights because we are small countries or everything. What we have to do is to remain united. Under the umbrella of the African Union, we have a population of 1.4 billion people. India, the population is also very huge. China. So let's make sure that we are able to formulate, stronger positions that are built on regional basis to make sure that we are able to face the storm that is ahead of us. If not, there is nothing that will happen to accelerate our development. So with those words, I would like really, dear friends, dear participants, and also our co-conveners who are the South Center and the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, to sincerely thank you, the panelists, and I would like to have a round of clap for that. Sincerely appreciate you for the excellent point that you raised, and also for this continuous engagement that we are having in this framework. For the African Union Commission, we will remain committed, and we will remain, in support of the process that we started to make sure that we shape a better future. With that, this is the end of this session. I thank you for your excellent and kind attention.
Thank you very much. So thank you very much. We had a brief chat with Abdul, and we thought it will be a crime to continue another session because we had a very intensive discussions and most of the things really because the group was not big, we were able to have also a bit of intimate discussion. And instead of having another session between now and 7, we have decided to make it to end it here and leave you some hours for at least a bit of sightseeing before you leave tomorrow. But 2 things from my side. Our collaboration with South Center has been at least about 8 years old. There was a regular tax. It was within the framework of the South Center Tax Initiative, and we were also members of the steering group when the initiative was started. There are 2 purposes for it. South Center is our OECD of the South, an intergovernmental organization. And we don't have direct contact or a collaborative platform or revenue authorities and with intergovernmental bodies. So it was an idea of bringing this the ones fighting for within civil society for the same purpose and intergovernmental organizations of the South. And there are 2 other things. Because, as I said, a change is possible when the change agents in that region are also responsible for the change. That is why we are based on the constitution of saying those who are responsible for the change should also do the advocacy in that area. Respect of the advocacy sphere of institutions, civil society organizations is very important. So now, as a global South, we are a global South-led global coalition, a South-led global coalition. South Center is an intergovernmental organization of the global South. And why it is not about conspiring against the rest of the world. It's about how do we consolidate our position to continue defending our interests from position of strength. It's not about conceding or not conceding. It's about defending taxing rights, and then negotiate with others while defending it for them to pursue their enlightened self-interest. We are not asking for a charity. So in that sense, for us, really at this juncture, it was a very good opportunity to bring some of our message, even sometimes in the form of polemic. But the purpose of it is really to strengthen South-South solidarity to advance the global agenda. Thank you very much on behalf of the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, and thank you very much for the beautiful collaboration with South Center, which is not new and which will also continue further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dereje, for those closing remarks. I think we could all agree that it's been a really illuminating and exhilarating 2 days where we have a lot to take forward back to our capitals, both individually and collectively as we decide on how to proceed forward in these historic times for the Global South. I would like to start by thanking, of course, our co-organizers, the Global Alliance for Tax Justice, big fans of their work. big fans of their clear articulation of the way things are, and the need to really respond accordingly. We really admire that about them. We would like to thank our donors, the Open Society Foundation, because of whom this conference could be possible. So big thanks to them as well, and also the Wellspring Foundation. We would like to thank all of you, the participants who have been the core of all of this, for whom this has been done, and including the participants who are online, our speakers. We would also like to thank the two ambassadors from the G77 and the G20. Very fortunate to have them and come and share their really important points with us. The Tanzanian ambassador's points on solidarity, the criticality of solidarity, and the Indian ambassador's strong call for a reformed multilateralism, I think both spoke to the core of this conference and its themes. And then, of course, to also thank the so many personnel from our organizations who have really worked day and night to make this possible. Liz Ushiro-Gira from GADJ, who has been managing all of the logistics in terms of the Zoom and so on. My colleagues from the South Center, of course, Mr. Kuldeep Sharma, Sinsui, Achutan, Vasantan. And from our side, we would like to give a very big thanks to our member states, because many of you are officials from our member states. We are running because we are able to do the work we are doing because of your support, because of your contributions, and we would like to continue providing what we can with your support. So a big thanks to all of you. Thank you once again. We would like to continue this collaboration, continue such conversation in this historic time, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.